Good morning, everybody. We are on the record now. This is the start of the Nevada Department of Agriculture Board of Directors meeting. The date is Monday, January 26th, and the time is 9:10 a.m. Our first item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, so if everybody would please stand. Paul Noe, would you lead us this morning?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we'll do roll call to make sure we have a quorum this morning. So we'll start with the board. Down on my left, Paul.
Paul Noe, Clark County, Nursery.
Boyd Spratling, Elko County, Livestock.
Jim Snyder, Lyon County, Row Crops.
Ryan Nakaguchi, Clark County, Pest Control.
Tim Debrina, Humboldt County, Livestock.
Mona Morrison, Nye County, General Ag.
Alan Perazzo, Churchill County, Gary's.
Charlie Frey, Churchill County, representing crops that consume less water.
Taking the water and turning it into something we can drink.
What do you like calling, Charlie?
It's like the dairy business. Huh? Do we have any other board members? Let's see, what have we left? Pete? Is that all? Pete in Elko?
And Paul's not here.
Oh, Paul is sick. Yes, he called me this morning. Pete, are you in Elko?
We haven't heard from Pete.
Okay. All right. Well, we do have a quorum, so we're officially good to go. We'll go ahead and start doing introductions of our guests today and staff members. Mr. Robert, you can start.
Bob Conrad, Public Information Officer for the Nevada Department of Agriculture.
Oh, Bartool, Consumer Equitability.
You can introduce yourself.
Sean McFalls.
The guy that keeps it going.
The little guy's got to be introduced.
John Rafferty, Plant Industry Division, Administrative Department of Ag.
Robert Little, Plant Industry Deputy Administrator, Department of Ag.
Jim Barbie, Director.
Jerry Conrad, Audrey Spratman.
I'm Peter Kruger with Capital Partners. We have a new hire, Ben Griffiths, who's just starting really his first day on the job. So I thought I'd bring him here, and I promise I won't talk about MMT.
All right.
Daniel Hanson, Fiscal Administrator.
I'm Mark Jensen, State Director of USDA Wildlife Services.
Tony Washley, State Director for Department of Wildlife.
Thanks for coming down, Tony. Glad to have you. Do we have anybody? It doesn't look like we even have people in the Vegas, do we? No. Vegas or Elko. Okay. All right. We'll get that underway here. Does anybody have any public input? And please, everybody, keep an eye. Help me if somebody shows up there. We need to introduce them. If you see them on the screen, let me know. But is there any public input this morning? Got an item that's not on the agenda? All right, let's go ahead and approve the September 3rd, 2014 board minutes. Did everybody get a chance or opportunity to review them online? Anybody have any issues with them? Concerns that you want to bring up? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Mr. Paul Noe made the motion.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Snyder. Any discussion? Any public input? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Item 4, Director's Report. Mr. Barbie, you have an update on the FSMA and the review of 561-105C. But I can't imagine it just be limited to those two items.
No, I think that was the last
That's the agenda you just approved.
that you just approved. I'm just giving you an update here. You started freaking me out.
Yeah.
FMSA, what the hell's FMSA?
FISMA,
Yeah.
does that help you?
Yeah, no, I know what it is, but my point being, I don't think that's on today's agenda. It's just my regular director's report.
Okay.
So anyway, some things have, happened.
Well, just before you get started, is the agenda that I have in front of me the actual one for today?
That's important, where you,
So your, today's agenda is not in here?
No,
It's in three, you guys, it's about
It's in
four pages back on three.
And that's where I'm at.
Oh, that's the old one.
So she-
That would be the problem.
Okay, that's the problem.
That's
You think I'm gonna bring it?
Absolutely. Thank you.
That's what I was
We're gonna
following.
take a
I was
recess.
going,
We're back on the record again. We have the actual agenda for today, which was posted. So we're good there. Just a clerical mishap, but we're back on. We're having a discussion about redoing the minutes. Dennis?
I think since your motion was on the September minutes, I think that needs to be corrected.
Okay, all right. I will entertain a friendly motion.
I move to approve the December minutes as was posted.
I say.
Okay, this time the motion was made by Mr. Spratling and was seconded by Mr. No to approve the December 3rd minutes as they were presented to you previously online, correct? Okay. Any discussion? Any public input? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed nay, any abstentions? Motion carried unanimous. All right, number 4, Director's Report.
Yes, no FISMA, because I didn't have an update for you. So to start with, we've had several things going. We wanted you to, as you have time, take a look. This will be our annual report that's going to the legislature and identifying all of our programs, staff levels at our Governor Rec budget, an overview of the programs, and I want to commend the staff because they've done a real nice job in putting this together and kind of stepping up our quality capabilities. And so I'm very pleased with how this turned out. But what this does is give you kind of an overview of the different testing, the different programs that we have in the agency, and so that will be going to the legislators starting on Wednesday with our combined subcommittee presentation, and as well, this is going to the press right now. This is not the final print job. We've got a different print, but this is one we wanted to have done so that you can take a look at it. For the 2015 Ag Economic Analysis or Ag Report, which goes through this time and breaks it out by county level. And so we feel like this is a strong document that kind of shows, and it's really focused on the labor and how the labor affects and impacts the economy in each one of those counties. So a good resource that's fresh off the printer, and the originals are at the printer right now. That will be shared with the legislature here next week as well as the public. So both of those documents will be put on our website. Additionally, we're finishing up hopefully this afternoon, evening, our PowerPoint for our budget subcommittee hearing, and that will also be posted on our website for public review. So we'll be presenting on Wednesday, and of course it's always in the legislative documents program they call Nexus for folks to review. We have, since the last time we met, finalized the pesticide online registration program, and they created that and worked hard on getting that put together largely in October, November, and then it was made live and given out for companies to take the opportunity to register online. In that first year of registration, I believe we had a 35%, 38% use rate by all of the pesticide companies, which was I felt was very good for considering it was basically promoted for 1 week to the companies before they came and did it. The remainder of them sent it in hard copy like they have in the past, and then because it's all digitized, basically our staff's able to take the hard copy paperwork and put it into the digitized system. So Those folks that went through the system basically got their, if they were a part of the approved pesticide list by EPA, that got their approved certificate the moment they submitted and paid for the product. It also allowed them to use a Visa charge up to like $500, I believe it is what our threshold is on that. And beyond that, they were able to do an e-check through the system to pay the larger bills, which obviously then saves our staff time in terms of inputting that into our systems and processing those checks. So it was very successful. It represents the other side from the brand inspection of the online programs that we're putting together. So now hopefully we'll be able to start rolling more of those out into different inspection areas and then into the different online registration programs that we're putting together, and then obviously being able to access that data and information in a much quicker manner. This week we've got our board meeting. Tomorrow we have the Food Council Security meeting. We will be presenting on the, which you may have heard in the State of the State, the $2 million breakfast, school breakfast initiative, Breakfast After the Bell, and kind of describing that to the Food Security Council. That is basically one-time general fund money to be dispersed at $1 million each year, and we're looking at trying to implement Breakfast After the Bell for all schools that have over 50% free or reduced rate in that school district. Our hope is that that'll increase the amount of students that are participating in the breakfast program. Ultimately, that's going to have an investment of $1 million each year. If that $1 million results in a 10% increase, then that'll roughly create a $3 million return on that $1 million in new federal money coming into the state that we're getting a bigger part of getting it back. We think 10% is very conservative. We think really probably we have a decent chance of hitting probably 30% increase in participation. If we had 30% increase in participation, that would represent about an $18 million return on the $2 million biennium investment in terms of bringing federal money into the state that will be spent in the valley. So, and then obviously kids that are eating breakfast tend to do better during the day, during the school day, in terms of learning. Yes.
Would you re-explain after the bell? That means after school
So
has started, they begin?
Right. So right now we have some school districts, Washington Clark, that have either breakfast after the bell or they'll have breakfast in the classroom. And they obviously have a larger participation rate in the school breakfast program. Those schools that don't have that may have the school breakfast happen before the school day starts. So in some cases, buses are arriving. In other cases, because it's not it's kind of a come and go as you please type deal. The only students that are maybe participating are those that are on free or reduced, which is a concern that it draws them out. What this would basically do is say that the bell would be at this certain time, and then the superintendent, as I understand, is looking at putting forward some rule changes that would allow that to be instructional time, so that 20 minutes, let's say, they could do it in the cafeteria. They could have basically a school breakfast, which is breakfast after the bell. Breakfast in the classroom falls under breakfast after the bell, but it gives the school more flexibility. So if they said, well, we don't want to spend that time in the cafeteria, we want to get the day started in the classroom, so in that 15-20 minutes while they're doing roll or those kind of activities actually in the classroom, this would be up to the school district. They would choose, it gives them the choice. Then they would have like a box breakfasts that they could offer in the classroom for the students to eat while roll's being taken, while they're doing the regular morning type activities that they would have.
Is that clear through grade 12?
Yes. It would be through grade 12. So, but it's largely, well, the requirement wouldn't be clear. They have school breakfast clear through grade 12, but I don't think the requirement's through grade 12. I think it's elementary school and part of middle school, but I can get the actual exact times.
Chemistry lab type thing.
Well, I hope not. Or in the animal science lab. Either one, I don't think would be very appetizing. No, but I think it's the primary grades is where the requirement would be. But I know that they do have, in many cases, well, I can tell you from Turin Clark County Centralized Kitchen, the largest selling product that they have from Centralized Kitchen is sweet rolls, which are sold. Yeah, which is sold multiple times through the day, and I think they produce 50,000 of them a day or whatever it is. So I know there's breakfast programs that they have, but this is targeted at primary school programs. Right, and it doesn't include cinnamon rolls, thank you. So I don't confuse the two, yes, it doesn't include, the menu wouldn't include cinnamon rolls. So, and then Wednesday.
First lady approved cinnamon rolls.
That's right, potato and integrated cinnamon rolls. But then Wednesday, we're doing our combined budget subcommittee hearing presentations. Thursday, we've got the ASI, the National Sheep conferences here in Reno, so I'll be attending that with Pete. And then next week, on the 4th, we'll be presenting to our governmental affairs subcommittee on our budget. So they've got our budget hearing stacked up pretty early on. And then the 5th, we'll be presenting to the combined Natural Resources, Senate, and Assembly Ag Natural Resources Committees on the programs, which will get the biennial report, and then also the bills that we've introduced into the session, which you've seen in previous board meetings, which is AB 77 and AB 79. It's right in the 70 range, those two that are introduced. We do have 2 more bills that will be coming out associated with pharmaceutical registration on veterinary medicine, and then on feed ration.
Pharmaceuticals, or is it on vaccines?
Well, yeah, correct, the vaccine piece, one that's coming out of vet side requirement.
I think pharmaceuticals go through the pharmacy.
Thank you, wrong word, verbiage, but yes, it would be the ones that veterinarians are using directly, that we would have a registration program for those medicines, so we know what ones are being utilized in the state. Trace back rationale. We did have, as you came in, you should have seen that we're putting a new office in the reception area. Mike's doing that for us. We are doing that because of the concerns we've had about when we have had threats in the agency, whether it's dealing with horse issues, those kind of things, and we lock these primary doors going down both wings because they're secured. We have no place for our receptionist to exit. Basically, she's in a fishbowl in there in case there were angry or someone in public that meant to do harm. By putting this office back here, we're actually inputting a door on the back corner, and that leads to a water main service room that also then has a door outside on the other side of the center block. And so that'll actually have behind her bulletproof glass, so she would be able to escape into that little office and then on out as a safety concern that we've had for some time. Nice thing is Mike's a hell of a carpenter, and so he's done most of it himself, so it hasn't had much of a cost thus far. Couple of things also in our budget that came out. We're very pleased with the Governor Rec budget that we've got. Like all agencies, we didn't get everything that we had requested, but I can tell you that in terms of comparison, we did pretty good in terms of what we were able to accomplish. Large part of that, is that we're fees, and less than 2% of our whole budget is general fund. And of course, we've got a pinch in the general fund area. But we're very pleased with how that came out. One thing that has come up this week in a conversation with Pete, we didn't realize that the building in the Metro building had actually been cut out of that Gov recommendation. And so I think Pete's raised some concerns, and I think we're going to have a meeting coming up next week to look at that again. But basically, as it stands today in Gov Rec, we would not be moving into that Metro building. I think they would put like $280,000 into it and remodeling it, and then just buildings and grounds would move into it. For us, I see the building having great opportunity for us on the lab side, which we don't currently have, and so I'm hopeful that maybe we can get something agreed upon through the legislative process where maybe we can get some, get back into that building at some level somehow, or we can get the labs, because I know specifically one of the labs we're really concerned about is metrology, and trying to get that up and rolling down there, because currently we have no capacity whatsoever, and the building we're in can't be upgraded to meet the needs for the metrology lab. You gotta basically start over. So by going into that building, then we could pull in fees from California doing metrology testing and try to increase the amount of fees that we're bringing into that program. Of course, then we also had a small foods lab. We had a small animal lab, just basically for the space where people could prep and do stuff. And then, you know, we're pretty tight in that building. So we'll see what happens. Nothing may come of it at all. I'm just not sure. Lastly, 2 weeks ago we had got notice of a case of leash mania from a dog that came into Las Vegas from Germany, and it is a disease that's pretty common in Germany and is very active around the Mediterranean areas, and it's tied to a sandfly as the vector. Of course, that was concerning for us because there are sandflies in the Las Vegas area. This is not really the time that they're active, luckily, and so there wasn't a large public health, but there definitely was a public health issue. I mean, it just wasn't an extremely dangerous. It is a zoonotic disease, and it creates very nasty lesions and
How did they get that diagnosed? I mean, it's not the
it
first.
was diagnosed in Germany. And so we're trying to get the import papers.
Before the dog
came. So we have, and it's our understanding.
Leishmania?
Leishmania. Yeah, that's kind of an ironic name. But, as I understand it, that when the dog came in, it had signs of open, oozing sores. So we basically had great difficulty working with the local vet in terms of getting the address information, location on the animal. And then once we did, we found out that it wasn't accurate. And so we had Sterling Wines and Chris Miller down there for 4 days trying to track down the animal. Local animal control was not having much luck, and we did do a quarantine, destroy order, and got a warrant with the district attorney to get the veterinarian's records, but the person had lied about their address, so once we got those records, it was not an actual address. So I really want to commend Chris and Sterling, because they spent a lot of time running around Las Vegas chasing down leads, and they actually located the animal yesterday at noon and took it into custody. And so it's on a quarantine for 72 hours, and then we're working with the owner trying to get the records of the import, because there's several different places that we feel things broke down. It was only actually discovered after the vet that had treated the animal called CDC, concerned that she might have some kind of disease issue from the handling of the animal. And so we're going to have Chris put together a full report on that, and then really track down how we got here, because you know, there obviously was a breakdown somewhere along the way in customs. And
did they have support from the USDA or from public health?
Say again?
Did they have support, Sterling?
Yes, we had tremendous support. We had support from state Homeland Security, state troopers. Yeah, we had that gave them resources that, you know, helped and aided in doing things. So yeah, we worked with several several agencies. It wasn't just, yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have put it out like it was just that. We had several agencies helping us to find to identify where the animal was, which was, difficult in a city the size of Las Vegas and someone that's from a foreign country visiting, so. But ultimately, we were successful. But now we're really gonna spend some time, and I want to have Chris do a kind of a case report on how we got there and what the issues along the way have been and how we got through. And that's why we're very focused on trying to get the original paperwork on the import, because something had to have gone wrong there, because we know that the dog was diagnosed, and we've seen the vet record that was diagnosed in Germany, so. So that's the updates that I have. If you have any questions for me. Session is on, it's gonna get even crazier, and I think Tony goes right, you after or right in front of us? I know we're on the same day.
Wednesday.
Yeah, so they've got everybody hopping over there from all the agencies. I would ask, Mr. Chairman, if we could take, as we move into the bills, if we could take AB 78 and AB 82 out of order at the beginning. Tony was gracious enough to come over, and he can actually present those two wildlife bills. Those are bills from the Department of Wildlife. So, you right? Yeah.
These two that are 78 and 82?
Correct.
Okay.
That way he's able to, I know he's busy putting his presentations together.
Okay. All right, if we're ready, we'll go into the VDR list. And Tony, you're up.
I'm up.
Would you guys like me to stand up or sit here? What do you?
Yeah, you can sit down and make yourself all right.
So there are two BDRs on this list. The department put forward 4 BDRs. We don't anticipate any controversy with these 4. They're fairly straightforward. The 2 that aren't on this list, if you'll allow me, I'll just give you a little background on those 2. One is for a provision to allow electronic federal duck stamp to be provided electronically. So presently, if hunters want to purchase their state duck stamp, it can be listed as a privilege on their license. But presently in NRS, there's language that requires the hunter to have a signature across the stamp. So the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is allowing states to sell that privilege electronically, but our state statute requires a signature across the stamp. So if there is no stamp, because it's an electronic privilege, we just need to take that language out of the NRS to allow for hunters to purchase that stamp electronically. Another cleanup relates to hull numbers on vessels on our boats. Since we have the boat registration responsibilities and authority, U.S. Coast Guard has changed some of their requirements for the way that those hull numbers are depicted. Not the large numbers that you put on your boat with the stickers, but something equivalent to a vehicle identification number. So what we're trying to do is just change NRS so we can be in compliance with U.S. Coast Guard stipulations and not jeopardize our opportunity to get funding from the U.S. Coast Guard. The 2 that are on this list, AB 78 and AB 82. AB 78 relates to application fees. And so presently, for every species that you apply for, every big game species that you apply to hunt, there's a $5 application fee, a $5 non-refundable application fee. However, for elk, it's a $10 fee. $5 of the application fee, the non-refundable portion, has an additional $5 added to it for every applicant. So if you put in for both cows and bulls, there's $5 on each. That goes into a fund that is specific to paying elk damages and constructing elk fencing. So in general terms, that has generated somewhere around $100,000 a year annually, probably a little bit less. I think probably closer to about 85. And what will happen is the fund will build up for a couple of years, then we have a drought period, and we build several fences and we pay damages, and it gets kind of low. Then we have we don't have conflicts for a few years, elk move, maybe other areas, and then we spend it down. And each time it comes down, it makes me a little nervous that we won't have the tools that we need to be responsive as an agency. What we are trying to do with this BDR, with this bill, is we're trying to be more responsive in the event that that account gets low. It can only, the amount that's presently charged, that $5, is capped at $5 in statute and can only be changed by the legislature. My thought was, if we're in between sessions, the process to do that doesn't exist, it would be nice if the commission maintained the authority to take that up if need be. The language presently says up to $10 if necessary, and that's just a ceiling. One change in our elk applications that occurred this previous year was that for the first time we allowed hunters to apply for both cows and bulls. They weren't required to specify the gender, and we got half again as much money in that account this year. So rather than that 85 to 100,000, we ended up with 150 to 170,000. So it'll help. It may not even be needed for the commission to raise that fee. In the language that's in here now, it's up to $10. It's presently at $5, could be $6, could be $7, could be nothing. But it's important to know that that money goes into an account that has only, can only, and will only be spent for elk damages or elk fences. It can't be spent on anything else. It is specific to that, and that account rolls over annually.
Where are you sitting right now? The account?
We're on the eve of application, so in March we'll go into that application process. So I think we're probably right about 100 right now, and looking at the fences that we wanted to build this year. It was anticipated that it would decrease, but then we offset some of that anticipated decrease by allowing people to put in for both cows and bulls. So we may not need to do it. It's partly driven by landowner desires or demands or the conflicts that exist out there. But if we provide that authority to the commission, we can be more responsive in those years when the legislature isn't in. Another aspect is if you look at the demand or the applicants based on residency, up until this year where we allowed for residents to put in for both cows and bulls, the majority of the applicants were non-residents. So we were generating the majority of those funds through the $5 non-resident application fee. Now that we're allowing for everybody to put in for cows and bulls, we don't see the demand by non-residents for the cows, and so it's changed that proportion a little bit. Are there any questions on that bill?
Next.
The next one, AB 82, is similar to the duck stamp and the U.S. Coast Guard bill. It's a cleanup bill. Back in 2011, the department had a budget reorganization approved by the 2011 legislature, and there were a couple of naming. It was an account reorganization to provide for better accountability, better transparency. Some of those names of those accounts are redundant with one another. For example, Wildlife Fund Account and Wildlife Trust Fund. There's language in here to remove the word fund from the Wildlife Fund account and simply call it the Wildlife account. Similarly, we have a Wildlife Heritage Trust account and the Wildlife Trust Fund. The desire is to remove trust from Wildlife Heritage account. So there isn't anything substantive to this bill in terms of changing how money flows, how money is spent. It's just cleaning up the language to make it clear and remove any redundancies that may exist between the account naming conventions to reduce confusion. Any questions on that?
Basically, that's just the name changes then.
Correct.
All that.
There's two primary goals: to standardize the names of 3 NDOW non-executive accounts to improve the accuracy of their descriptions and to avoid confusion among them. And then there's another provision to add back language related to the use of duck stamp revenue, which was inadvertently removed during the drafting of bills to implement the budget reorganization. And that language is specifying what that duck stamp revenue can and should be used for. So presently, there is no stipulation to how those duck stamp funds can be used, and that was inadvertently left off during the account reorganization during the 2011 legislative approval of the budget reorganization.
And so you're aware, when I bring these forward, I was trying to bring things that I saw that had some kind of agricultural connection, and so on this one, I thought maybe through the conservation on the duck stamp, and then the other one's fairly obvious, the connection. And with the way that I put these in here is you can say we support them, say we don't support them, or you take no action and say we're not interested in going on the record or anything like that.
And as far as the AB 78, the LP one, we may or may not need to raise that fee, certainly in the short term. I think we'll be okay, but I do like the idea of the commission with representation from both ranching and farming present on that commission, to have that authority. It wouldn't be an authority that would exist with the department, it would be an authority that would exist with the commission to adjust that fee only in the event that it was deemed necessary to be more responsive and meet the needs of producers for the construction of fence or the payment of damages.
And that would probably reflect similar to our sheephead tax, where you guys have the authority to bump that up to a certain threshold, same kind of development.
And that fee before was capped at $5, now, as my understanding, it's between minimum of 5 and 10.
Right, we would ask for a ceiling at 10 that would allow us the flexibility to determine what the need is and incrementally increase it if it's required at all. We continue to see, significant non-resident demand, so we have a significant pool of non-residents that apply, and the fee is assessed whether or not people are successful in drawing the tag. It's a fee that's on the application. So we continue to see an increase in non-resident applicants, and then with the changes that I mentioned this year with allowing people to put in for both cows and bulls, that was a pretty good boost that may negate the need to do anything in the short term. But in the long term, who knows, with drought, health numbers, it's just good to be able to be more responsive.
Tony, we all know that in every session, there are some bills that come from other places than from the Department of Wildlife. Do you have any feeling as to what might happen, anything coming up? Do you know?
Certainly trapping will be a big issue. I think the big three, as I call them, sage grouse, bears, and trapping or predators really in the larger picture. And I think right now there's probably a lot more emphasis on trapping. I know there's a lot of legislator-sponsored legislation. I think there'll probably be some efforts made to protect the rights of private property owners to trap on their private properties. I don't know what's going to happen with visitation or trap identification.
Is that identification coming from the department, or is that coming from elsewhere?
No, these four that I just mentioned are the only things coming from the department. And like I said, we don't anticipate any controversy in these. We're hopeful in their passage just because we feel it would allow us to be more responsive, whether it's to runners or producers or whatever our constituents out there. Certainly, we're aware of the bill to put the department as a division under the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. So I'm sure we'll have some lively discussions regarding accountability and transparency in some of the hearings associated with that bill. But other than that, certainly trapping bears. I don't know where some of our critics at the lake may come in on the bear season. We were tasked at the last session to provide a comprehensive thorough 3-year review of the bear hunt. We completed that. We've had it approved unanimously by a subcommittee of our commission that include representation from both sides of that issue, so it's unanimous approval, I thought was significant. Basically what it says is that we are harvesting bears sustainably, that there are no indications that our levels of harvest for black bears in western Nevada are jeopardizing population levels or have any population level effects. So I don't know where, I think that there may be an awareness that perhaps this isn't the session to try to promote some of those agendas, but you never know.
Have you got most of your data in on your post-harvest data? You had a chance to look at it?
No, we haven't. I know we looked at some of the preliminary data on the elk harvest, but it isn't, when people submit their questionnaires, we tend to see a bias towards the successful ones early and the unsuccessful ones late. So we're hearing really mixed results on the combination deer elk hunts. Some people thought it was great, some people were really frustrated by it. Our desire was to achieve higher elk harvest with fewer hunters in the field, and we thought by giving individual hunters tags for multiple species we could do that. Some of the complaints that we've heard is that, normally in a hunt, a person would go out and harvest an animal and then they would go home. Now they're staying out there in the field, and our challenge is going to be the hunter congestion issue. Our challenge with increasing our harvest on elk is trying to achieve the harvest to get our populations to population objective levels, and trying to meet hunter expectation at the same time. And I think that we're going to have to try to spend some time and energy and education efforts to change hunter expectation on some of these hunts. I don't think we can achieve the level of harvest we need on elk and meet expectations of some of our hunters who for years haven't had to share the field with hunters of other species or other weapon classes at the same time.
At some point, you got so many hunts and so many weapons, you've got to have some overlap, and everybody, the days of only black powder, hunters being in the field at a certain time. But, the industry, the livestock industry has been very supportive of your attempts to increase elk harvest and have some impact. And we've found that, this elk cow thing is an entirely different deal. They stay bunched up pretty well. And either you see a whole bunch of cows or you see none. And I know the frustration has always been with the hunters that, well, where are all these cows that you're talking about? We didn't see a thing. And the guys that run into the herd might see 75 or 200, and some of the videos I saw this fall, there were 200 plus, they were running through the country. So, we really appreciate the fact that you're looking at innovative ways to control cow elk population.
Thank you. One of the things that the department is making a recommendation to the Wildlife Commission early February to start hunting elk in the Santa Rosas. Several of us from the department went up to Elko, met with the executive board, cattlemen's, and talked about some of the strategies. And one analogy was used. It's a lot. You could put a match out with a squirt gun, but by the time it's a brush fire, you're going to need a lot more than a squirt gun. And so we're going to try to build on that analogy and jump on the Santa Rosa as well. It's a match before it turns into a brush fire, and we would certainly appreciate.
Well, the pressure from Area 6 is pushing in that direction. So.
Yeah.
Tony, I didn't make it the discussion in Elko that you guys had, but did you talk about a little bit more of a communal get together with the private landowners? Because that would be probably where a majority of those cows were going that led to the frustration.
Right, we did, and there were some different thoughts presented by board members. One of the things, just a couple random thoughts. We are starting a voluntary elk hunter orientation to try to address some of the things like Boyd was talking about, the idea that these elk cows are running around these huge groups, but how to find them, how to communicate, the whereabouts if some hunters go in and they're successful, to share that information. But one of our challenges has been that we've traditionally been a deer hunting state, and we have a lot of hunters that are really good deer hunters that are trying to use deer hunting tactics to hunt elk, and literally it's a different animal. So, you know, trying to educate some of our hunters, we think that we can increase success there. But as far as your question and talking about landowners, one of the things that was discussed there, and I've had some subsequent conversations with others, including Megan Brown, about the idea of, we have a new program, relatively new program, it's a voucher tag system where landowners, when they have elk using their private property, they can say, I'd like some voucher tags, and it's a lot more discretionary, and what it does is it allows the landowner to select individual hunters with whom they have a level of comfort and feel okay with them running around on their private land with a rifle. But it brought up that question, that concern, how can we get this harvest when we don't know who these hunters are? We've got gates left open, and people shooting holes in pipes and buildings and littering and a whole host of issues. And so one of the discussions we had up there is that perhaps we can look at developing a hunter ethics class that would be specific to private property, and we can put those hunters through that, certify them, and then that could be you know, a criteria or condition that landowners could choose from when they have a need to get the harvest, and they don't want to just have somebody that they don't know or hasn't, you know. And we talked about coordinating, cooperating with industry folks to develop that class, what that would look like, some of your concerns and fears. And I'll be honest, you know, it hasn't moved from discussion at this point, but it's something that I would like to pursue with landowners who have concerns and have ideas, to see what we could incorporate into that kind of a class, provide that certification. That certification would, you know, be a screen or be a criteria by which they could then be allowed to purchase that tag or right to hunt on private property, and provide some level of comfort for landowners.
Tony, do you want to, before you go, since SB4 is next, do you want to, I just thumbed through it real quick, it's extremely simple, unless I'm missing something in it. Do you want to comment on that?
I don't know it. I haven't read it, so if you want to tell me, you know, in a nutshell what it says, I'll try to.
Well, it's allowing people to trap on private property. There's not a, if you want to give permission or trap on your own land, it's giving you the go-ahead. Am I reading that right? Mark,
It's just the identification of the traps. Your trap ID, you wouldn't need trap ID on private property.
Yeah, and that was not, you know, I don't know if you'll recall that the department out of the last session was tasked with developing regulation requiring trap identification. And we brought forward some language, the commission worked on it, we had several meetings and committee meetings, and brought forward some language to the legislative commission. The concern was the way that legislation was passed. The department tried to address concerns for private properties, because an extreme scenario was put forth that, you mean to tell me that if I'm trapping mice in my pantry, I have to have a ID number on that trap? And the department tried to provide some language that was an exemption for private property owners, and was told by the Legislative Counsel Bureau that that was not consistent with the intent of the legislation, and it was above and beyond our authority. So the regulation went to the Legislative Commission, who then rejected it as it was written, and told us to basically stand down until after the 15 session. And so this is probably an attempt to clean that up. And certainly, you know, we can conjure up scenarios where a very large landowner, you know, may have somebody out there trapping what are considered to be the state's wildlife. There may be a scenario where that causes some concern, but certainly for protection of livestock, that was never intended to be part of that legislation. So, short of reading it, I guess that's probably all I could really comment on.
So what it's saying in here is you don't have to have ID on your traps if you're doing your own, on your own property. Is that right, Mark?
That's the way I read it.
That's, okay.
And is this the one that I think also had a governmental agency?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any institution of higher learning. So I guess that's for like the university ranches would be an example.
Yeah, but I think they also
It
said
does say, and-
state, county.
And any other federal, state, or local government agency in
Yeah.
addition.
That's a seminar bill, I think.
So do you have a problem with that?
Not having read it, I certainly
It's
don't.
strictly ID.
Right, yeah. You know, I think the worst case scenario is a very large landowner that may have multiple recreational trappers trapping on the periphery of what is, you know, essentially native uplands, harvesting, you know, significant numbers of bobcats, to where maybe there's a, and I'm just thinking off the cuff here, I'm just thinking, trying to think worst case scenario, where there's a visitation issue. I really don't think, you know, we have an issue with it. I mean, it wasn't, the whole trap identification wasn't the department's issue to begin with. We've been there. It was something that made some folks feel more comfortable about people trapping.
Well, isn't the intent of it so that your wardens can go, if there's a trap illegally set or in the wrong area, that they can identify and know who to go back to?
Yes, but we've had it before, and if you look at the number of cases that have been made as a result of it, it's been very, very small. It has historically, it was not necessarily the most effective tool, and, you know, it's great that, you know, you can identify the trap, but there's nothing to say that somebody didn't steal somebody else's trap or falsify the identification. So it isn't foolproof. And like I said, we've been there before. We were there for a number of years and didn't make a significant number of cases as a result of the identification. So we were asked to bring that forward. We brought that forward, tried to provide that exemption for private property, but we're told that was beyond our authority and not consistent with the intent of the legislation. So I don't see a big problem with that. I don't think, you know, we're not going to be in a position where we're arguing against something like that. You may, if law enforcement has some concerns, I'm sure they will articulate them, but I don't think we're going to be aggressively, you know, fighting anything like that. It's consistent with where we wanted to go and what we wanted to see.
Yeah, I could see the urbanized folks having an issue if the pooches are going into the neighbor's property that have an agriculture endeavor, and that's where a lot of this stemmed from originally, were the urbanized folks and their concern with pets getting caught in the traps.
Their pets trespassing and getting caught in traps.
No more comments? Tony, anything else?
I don't think so. I think we're good. Thank you for the opportunity to come in and provide an explanation on those. And if there is anything that comes up during the session where you're curious of, you know, our perspective or our position, I'd be more than happy to come over and share any opportunity. So,
Thank you. Before Tony leaves, Jim, are we anticipating some kind of a vote today to support these bills, or are they just more of an update?
We left it open for your guys' determination. I mean, they are action items, so you could vote to support a bill, you could vote to not support a bill, or you could not take action. It was the intent, based on your statutory authority. This is, so you're aware, Tony, this is kind of new for the Board of Ag. I don't think since this group's been on here, they've had the opportunity to do that, and we've been looking at our statutes and felt this is, you know, the way that we should be engaging on the session with an idea of where they stand as a board on the topic. And y'all may do that already with the commission. This is new to us, so we got to learn the curve. So yeah, it's really up to the feel of the board.
Okay. So we could support this one for Tony and not support the first one for wineries, something like that.
Mr. Chairman, would we be doing it, say, I feel strongly that we should show some support on ones that have a true impact.
Yes.
Of what we tend to deal with. But would you rather do that if we go that route? Would you do it individually as we go through them, or would you do it at the end?
Correct, you would want to do those individually as we've hit each one of them probably for.
Charlie?
Could I make a suggestion? A lot of these items, we review and we don't have a lot of knowledge on, but maybe we should have 3 different alternatives. Maybe that we have no action. Some of them we may want to amend, and some of them we may approve and want it to stand as is, as amended.
Well, I think I don't think you would actually do an amendment on the bill, but what you would do is say, under these circumstances, we would be supportive of this bill. In other words, so we would recommend support of this bill if it did this. And I think you could do that, unless I want to keep looking at Dennis to throw something at me for.
I think
He's about ready to, I think.
I'm really concerned with is there's a lot of people that may not necessarily like something. I'm not saying this for a fact, but
No, it's a fact.
something in the trapping law that we don't see because we don't have the knowledge. So maybe under that circumstance, we say we have no opinion or let it go. But if we think we know that this trapping thing's gonna hurt some of our area residents, then we ought to voice our opinion and make an objection. Or if we know this is definitely good, we should say, let's support it, and we'd like to see that it passes as revised. That makes.
Yes, and understand that that's basically kind of giving me guidance for representing you on these issues, because the expectation is you're not gonna be at the legislature every day. You're welcome to. Love to hang out with you. But yeah, that exactly, that's the kind of the expectation. So you can have support for something with certain caveats. You can not support something under certain caveats or under any conditions. Or you can say, you know what, we don't feel like this is significant enough for us to weigh in. Like, you know, the example may be the one that Tony's talking about on the stamping, where it has kind of a conservation deal, but it's kind of a reach relative to this group, and you may go, well, we just wouldn't take a step. You know, and Tony may not want us. So
that's no benefit.
Well, since we discussed AB, Dennis, did you have something?
I was just, this helps any, NRS 561.105 gives the board the authority, or it directs the board to advise and make recommendations to the legislature relating to the policy of the state concerning livestock and agriculture. So I think that is what the director is identifying as the role of this agenda item is to do that. And so I think you're acting within your authority.
Well, since we already discussed the 3 items today, does anybody have any, an issue? Do you want to go ahead and try throwing out a motion to approve this? They sounded pretty straightforward.
I'll make a motion to approve those 3.
To support them by the Department of Wildlife or the board, or?
As the Board of Ag, to support those 3 bills. As written.
Second. There's a second. The motion was made by Mr. Perazzo and seconded by Mr. Snyder. Is there any discussion?
You said those 3, that would be 78, 82, and SB 4?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for the record. Any more discussion? Okay, hearing none. All of those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. All right. Thanks a lot, Tony.
Really appreciate your support.
Oh,
Just a quick question for Jim. I'm looking at the bill draft request list,
Sorry.
and I assume this is just from the BDRs that have been assigned that have been
What,
printed.
what'd you say again? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the bill draft request list,
Right.
and this is just the ones that have been assigned and printed.
This is just bills. What we're looking at today
Yeah,
are
no.
just bills, not BDRs.
Yes.
Right.
So we're gonna have a whole lot of other bills coming. as
Well, and that's one of the things, and if we can go back up to, topic A, which is the first topic that I wanted to talk about and try to get a vibe from you guys on how you want me to, proceed, I guess is the best way to put it. You ready to go there?
Yeah.
Okay, so again, this is new for us, right? So we talked about the last board meeting, and we want to try to get this. It was my hope that we would have more bills hitting the ground, because you don't want to debate BDRs, because A, you don't have any text, so you don't really know what they do, and then, B, there's a lot of BDRs that will never become bills. So as those are popping, which is gonna be by far the majority as we move forward, and this is also for Dennis, we don't wanna have weekly board meetings. So how, I mean, I understand for the most part, I think, the feel and the intent. I can't represent it as, and wouldn't, and never have up to this point, until you pass supporting these bills. This will be the first time I can actually sit at the table and say, the Board of Agriculture is on record supporting these bills as drafted. You know, it's always been, the department is, or the department's concerns would be, so on and so forth. So how, I guess, and I don't have a good answer, how we get there from here as the others are popping. I'm doing basically a blog for, interest staff that I can include the board on, obviously. The other thing that we're doing, where we're trying to get a, which really isn't about supporting or non-supporting, is more about open communications, is having an ag consortium, is what we're calling it, but basically, coalition, thank you. But basically where we would have Farm Bureau at the table, Cattlemen's at the table, Davey represent the board, and some other folks where it reached out as something that would affect the safe areas, or where it would reach out and affect a phrase where we would actually say, do you want to participate on Monday morning in this? And we basically have the opportunity to go around the table and say, well, I support this, and well, I'm not going to support this, and so that we all know where everybody stands before we get into the hearing room. And then also identify those bills as they're popping out. A more organized agriculture. It's kind of like the rural caucus that already exists, but agriculture, focused on agriculture. And so that's one thing I'm trying to do. But it's, you know, we can't do internet votes, we can't do, so I don't know.
Well, you know, one thing I would suggest is maybe we go by some of the deadlines that they have for some of the BDRs as far as informing people what's, you know, having a
What's out
finalized list of what's come out of the legislative BDRs, which are February 16th,
Right.
and the final ones on March 16th and all that stuff.
So then you're basically given notice, you know what's coming, we're compiling that information and forwarding it to you. So you're well informed, but I just don't know how we can, you know, we're gonna have a March meeting, which we could look at what's
Can you
available at
conference
that
call
point.
and have any kind of vote on after you've informed us, say after February 16th, on what BDRs become bills?
That we can, the problem is, and I'm not saying it's a no problem, but I think a problem that exists is we don't know when these bills are flying and when they're going to committees. We know when they'll have to be introduced before, or they won't come. So I mean, we have that, but depending on the numbers.
Well,
So yeah, we should be able
We have
to.
assigned committees now, but
Right.
yet we have a general idea what these bills are, and
So
whether
yeah,
or
we
not
should
we
be
support
able
them or not.
Because we've done conference call meetings previously, haven't we? No, I know we have.
You can do conference call meetings as long as you have a physical location where public can hear.
Which is usually in here.
Right.
Here's the HQ. You know, the problem is, there's not a catch-all. But what we can do is what Jim already described. Between all the other groups out there, and I know members in this room, board members, will be reviewing the bills. is we just keep a close eye on it and rely on our director that sees something that's negative to any of us that are sitting here representing, that if it's something that needs to be brought to our attention, that it does. And if it's serious enough that Jim and I can get together and decide, we'll put together a conference call meeting and say, this needs to be denied. This is bad.
Which is really an intent of the coalition, because I want to make sure, you know, we have a big void with the departure of Doug Busselman. And that's not to say, exactly, and that's not to say that Clay's not going to do a great job, and, you know, I'm not trying to, but I mean, there was a lot of institutional history that left with Doug, and I saw that as a big void, which is why I created this coalition, so hopefully to help things not slip on through the cracks, because I'm telling you flat out, I was very heavily relied on Doug's
Doug has an
constant-
amazing ability
yeah.
to look at the process and see where we need to intervene or not.
And track stuff. I mean, there's nothing seemed to get by, and you
Plus
know,
he had
Peter's
his
got
pen
me
down
covered
there.
on the fuels, but we're, you know, there's a big void there on the ag side.
And Doug had the inside track down there,
They
behind the doors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm trying to step up what we're doing here, as it were.
Do we have the board involved in the coalition?
They are represent, so basically that if we have something there that comes up, then you're
No,
going to
I'm
chair
really
as
entire
chairman.
board.
I think it becomes then too big of a group to become, well, we couldn't have the whole board without it being a board meeting, eh?
Correct.
Yeah, that's
But then it becomes too big of a group to be responsive. I'm trying to keep it, those major, groups with one representative. So in other words, it's not the Cattlemen's, executive board, but it'd be, I think we're gonna have a policy guy, because you're doing double duty, but, former state FA president.
Ron, sure.
No, your policy guy, your policy chairman,
Policy
Gray,
chairman.
Salt and Pepper, anyway.
Flint Wright?
No. McQuarrie, Neil, thank you, sorry,
Oh.
jeez. So, having somebody like him representing that group, and so that we have a small group that's, and then going back and communicating to their folks, all the way around.
And here's the tricky part that everybody has to understand. And I've seen this happen so many times when we have, especially when we get towards the end of the session, is this group, these people, Jim and probably myself, we have to have the ability to stop a minute. We can't call you. We can't call and get your opinion over the phone. There's gonna have to be a time they're gonna have to stand up and make the call.
During the meeting.
And make the call to represent you and say, no, our constituents couldn't go for this, or yeah, we support it, so.
And I think the devil's in the detail. In those situations, it wouldn't be us standing up there. The Board of Ag, you know, says, because that's not accurate, that wouldn't reflect. But we can basically say things from the side of the agency, you know, the department, you know, would have concerns on, there's ways we can play with that language where we can represent without falsely presenting that something had, some vote had happened to happen.
You know, one of the worst things is things get tight,
Yes,
toward the
it
end of the
is.
session, that's when everybody's really busy. You know, like in January, February, you know, we all have time, we could all mostly down in Carson City, but April, May, and June, you know, in agriculture, period, across the board, everybody's picking up steam, and you don't have time to run to Carson City.
Before I get, one of those things that I wanted to mention in the legislative activity report was that on April 2nd, we'll be having the Ag Day, I think we may have told you this last meeting, Ag Day at the legislature. And as it looks right now, we're bringing in a large tent that's gonna be, have space heaters in it and enclosed out on the main quad. We're gonna try to get, you know, fresh pack truck, an onion truck, a cattle truck, a food commodities semi, and things like that that are actually parked out on the quad.
Watch that, dude.
Would host the
Watch that.
Yeah. Well, you know, I figured he's buying a new one every month. They're rolling
Citrus
on it,
shine.
so. You bring his brand fancy new one. right?
All I wanna know is there's room to get it in there.
Right.
I can get into some pretty tight areas, but.
But so, and then, of course, starting with the cattleman's breakfast in the morning, and then, kind of an all ag luncheon afternoon thing, which we've already gotten sponsorships on that, and so things are progressing and moving ahead.
What's the date?
April 2nd.
April 2nd, yeah. Won't have much attendance on that one. But yeah, and we've had some savings from, or through the Nevada, the governor's ag conference, so that's got some money that we're utilizing for that. And we're gonna have the cattleman's video ready for that morning that we've been working on, and then we'll have some other ag kind of videos.
Question, on the blog, or is more gonna be on the blog?
Well,
Or is that
blogs
just-
may be a poor word, but basically it might update.
Yeah.
I would just send it over to you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cause I think if we can stay on top of.
For
it,
what I'm working on, right? So I'm gonna try to do one of those a week for the agency, so at the same time we can.
Okay,
So what you're gonna do is send us, just like you already did. You just-
Right, I'll send you links to bills that are,
on the radar.
that are on the radar for you to take a look at and review, because that doesn't give us any, as long as we're not all replying back.
That's correct. You can't have serial communications with board members, but you can have a one-way between staff and,
So me informing you guys, but you wouldn't want to reply to all and say, well, this is a bunch of crap, we don't want to support this, because then it would break open meeting law at that point.
But you would still be able to send these out just like you already did.
Right.
One way, yeah.
And.
Right, so that you're aware.
Question or an issue.
These are the email, exactly.
You guys can say,
Well, and it gives you guys also, I think the other opportunity then is just from that side of things, is for you to communicate directly with your industry sector. So if it's cattlemen or dairymen or viticulture association or the nursery or whoever it is, you're able to communicate with those folks and make them aware, which I'm sure they probably are, but where you're at on it, as it were. So we'll try to do that. I'll sit down with staff, and we'll look at those key dates on when like the bills have to be filed, and maybe we can use those as benchmarks, and then have a conference call along those lines as that's happening, if that works for everyone. Okay. And we're not, and I'm gonna be very upfront, and in doing this, I'm not trying to suggest that I'm in the end-all, know-all on each one of these bills. I'm reading them and trying to understand them, just like you guys are, and I'm going to rely heavily on your guys' expertise. One of the reasons, and this was going to explain why we didn't have presentations, Tony's policy person saw that we were going to talk about it and asked if he could come over and present, which was great. I didn't want to ask him because I know how busy I am preparing, and I assume that's as busy as he is preparing. So I did not request any of the legislators or anyone connected to the water resource folks to come talk about the bills themselves that they're putting forward. I figured we would try to struggle through them with our own expertise in the room, try to get as good a feel as we could to take whatever action we decided to take on this. Just simply because it is a time crunch. I mean, right now, from last week to this week, all agencies in government are presenting their budgets to the combined subcommittees before the session starts next week, and they're not dilly-dallying, and by the end of next week, I will have already presented our budget and our bills. So I didn't want to pull, if somebody called me and said, hey, can you talk about this, my answer would have been no. So, bully to Tony, I appreciate him coming over and taking the time, that's a big deal. So that's what I've got. We'll try to proceed from that direction if that fits everybody in terms of dealing with it.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get going here. AB4 wineries. Charlie, did you want to take any kind of a lead or on that?
Have you seen this bill yet? Because I can go through and tell you what it basically is doing. Reading through the cliff notes, it's basically deleting the restrictions concerning the population of the county in which such winery is located. And correct me if I'm wrong, just on your knowledge of your industry, obviously. I think that opens you up for the limitations that you're able to sell direct or through a distributor. Doesn't that remove those?
Yeah.
Is that what it's doing? So basically, under existing law, a winery which is located in a county whose population is 100,000 or less, which is all counties except Clark and Washoe, import wine or juice from bonded winery in another state for fermentation, mixing with other wine or aging in this state, sell at retail or served by the glass on its premises and at one other location in wine produced, blended, or aged by the winery if the wine sold at the other location does not exceed a certain amount, and serve any alcohol beverage by the glass on its premises. This bill deletes the restrictions concerning the population of which the county, of which such winery is located. Which then basically, I think it reduces the probations and basically equals the playing field, so it doesn't matter if you're in Churchill or Washoe or wherever, you're under the same requirements. Located county.
Why would they, what was the problem with having it in counties less than 100,000 anyway? I mean, I don't understand why that was regulated to start with.
Well, at first I had no problem with this bill. And I talked to the people at Tahoe Ridge. I think his name's Jim King, and he had no problem with it. I asked him how this thing gets started, and he says, well, the University of Nevada has like wine tasting events, and initially they were charging for those wine tasting events by the glass, and they were breaking this law because they were in a county over 100,000. So then they decided, well, let's just charge an entry fee, like $10 or whatever. Come in and get what you want, basically. They got in trouble for that. So I think, and I'm not sure, but we think that it was kind of through the wine enthusiasts at the University of Nevada. They're doing, and this is all good to me. They're learning how to make wine, they're serving it, they're getting the people to come in, taste it, which I kind of like, okay? Well, I got a call from Bill Logan, who owns Pahrump Valley Winery. And he said, I don't like it. I said, what's wrong, Bill? And he says, well, Jack Saunders, who originally created Pahrump Valley Winery, and Bill Logan ended up buying it. Now Jack Saunders is in Pahrump, opening up another winery. There's basically 4 wineries in the state of Nevada: Jack Saunders, Pahrump Valley Winery, Tahoe Ridge, and Churchill Vineyards. And us guys up in the north had basically no problem. But he said, the reason they were forced to go into Pahrump Valley was because of this law, this 100,000 restriction. And what this is going to do, Jim, is enable California wineries to come into Nevada and open up wineries all over the state. And I said, well, that's kind of a good, because it helps our economy. But then he says, yeah, but wait a second, they're going to be bringing the grapes from, over the border in here and making wine. Now keep in mind, we're talking about 2 different things. There's also vineyards and there's wineries. Wineries, we're talking about tasting. The wineries can still exist in the bigger counties, they just can't taste it. That's where the University of Nevada, they can't sell it by the glass. That's where they got in trouble. And so,
but they could do it now.
They can do it now, but they can't taste it. They can, in other words, the University of Nevada is an instructional, institutional, educational entity, and they can make the wine, they just can't sell it or taste because of this law, and that's how they got in trouble, and that's why this thing is being revived. So Bill Loken comes up and he says, yeah, I like that part. I like the idea. But here's what he doesn't like, is that the big wineries can now, if this law passes, move into Clark County, which, like, the biggest distributor in Clark County is Southern Wine and Spirits. And on Tuesday, they generally fill all the casinos up. They deliver over 11,000 cases of wine every Tuesday on the average, is what I've been told. That's a lot of wine. So these big wineries in California are probably gonna come into Nevada. Now we gotta back up a little bit. Jack Saunders and Bill Loken created Pahrump Valley Winery because they could not locate in Vegas. And they spent millions of dollars. That's Pahrump Valley Winery. It's beautiful. Okay, and neither one of them want this at all, this restriction. So what we came up with, and what basically all 4 wineries agree with, is that we still want to give the University of Nevada tastings. Okay, that's fine. And we don't want to restrict that type of activity. What we do want to restrict is the big companies coming in and bringing their grapes along with them. We want to encourage more vineyard growth and encourage the economy of the viticulture side of it. So what we collectively have done is say, leave that paragraph in there, located in counties whose population is 100,000, and add a new paragraph for those counties over 100,000. They should be required to purchase at least 75% of their product, their grapes, in the state of Nevada, grown in the state of Nevada.
Whoa.
To encourage the wine growth. Now, right now, Churchill Vineyards, 100% of all our white grapes are grown in Nevada. We've got Fish Lake Valley, which is a prime area to increase viticulture. Armagosa has got tons of grapes down there, and Jack Saunders and Bill Loken are purchasing grapes there. They have elevated the interest of viticulture. We're talking 2 different things, viticulture and winery. We want to see the 4 wineries. We would like to see, if they do allow this, to put the restriction on there that anyone in a community 100,000 or more must buy at least 75% of their grapes within the state of Nevada, because that would help. You know, we're talking about growing crops that consume less water. Well, grapes only consume 10% of the water that cane grain consumes. Big deal for the state of Nevada. And that's why we think this would really boost and help the viticulture economy for our state. This all backs down to just getting, being able to taste wine at the University of Nevada, we think. But then Bill Loken thinks it's because the wineries in California are putting a lot of pressure on this bill to get it passed. I don't know that for a fact. I have no clue. But what I was told, it was the group of wine enthusiasts at the University of Nevada that wanted this changed. So that's
Alan, I'm thinking of the milk industry at the same time.
The what?
I'm thinking of this is exactly what California did to Nevada.
Yeah.
And you folks that are growing vineyards want to do the same to California.
Yeah.
But Charlie, either way, the language you're talking about isn't in what we're looking at today.
I'm sorry?
The language you're talking about requiring those out-of-state folks to get their 75% of their grapes from Nevada, that's not in here right now.
It's not, no.
So you would basically either not support, well, I'm throwing out, the majority of you could still support it, whatever. But I'm saying what Charlie would suggest is that you would support the bill with the, maintaining the 100,000 clause in 597.240, but with a section 3 addition that would say something to the extent for those counties over 100,000, the wine produced must have 75% of the grapes or juice produced in the state of Nevada,
Grown in the
bilingual
state of
language,
Nevada.
grown in the state of Nevada, to qualify for glass
Tasting.
tasting.
They can still make the wine, they just can't taste it. If they, let's say they use only 50% of wine grown in the state of Nevada, they can't have tastings at their facility. We're only talking about tastings. So it's a kind of a clever way that Bill Loken came up, and he's just really out. And I said, Bill, this thing's fine. No, it isn't. And so this is kind of what we're backing up now to what we as a board should be doing. People are talking to me. At first, I thought this was okay. It's okay with me, it's okay with Donald Ridge, it's great for, I think, with the University of Nevada, but when you look at them and the money they've spent, and to get, now, keep in mind, Pahrum's like 60 miles away from Vegas. So their customers have to fly over, or, and sometimes, some of them do on a helicopter, but anyway, they come in, and they've got a beautiful winery that has a fantastic restaurant, really good food, and it's beautiful, that all set up. They've spent millions and millions of dollars on it, and so is Jack Saunders, and they're the ones that are saying, Charlie, back up, look at our site. And so that's what, when I started talking about trapping, we may have approved the trapping thing, but what if a trapper comes in and say, hey, did you think about this? And no. So that's kind of where it stands from our standpoint.
Alan?
I got a question, and I'll be honest with you, Charlie, I don't know hardly anything about this, but are you suggesting that well, anybody can come in from California and build
a winery
anywhere in Nevada,
anywhere in
except
Nevada
for
now,
Washoe and
under
Clark.
this bill, they just can't serve it
Right
in a
now, they
communi-
can't.
if they're in a community with over 100,000.
But the reason they can't go into Clark and Washoe is because they're over 100,000. And what you're saying is that if they do go into Clark and Washoe, then they have to buy 75% of the grapes.
If
grown
they
in
want
Nevada.
to
But
serve,
if you're outside of Clark and Washoe, then they can buy grapes from wherever.
wherever. Okay, that's the dilemma.
Well, and the dilemma for the board is, we wanna get that specific.
Yeah, I
It
don't.
may be something, Charlie, you guys have to do on your own, lobby this,
Yeah.
and as the group, look at something we can put our hands around more as a, for
Sure, we're talking about, promoting the viticulture as opposed to maybe even talking about the winery itself. I mean, if that's what our goal is. Do you think bringing, say, California wineries come in here, and the concern is that they'll be bringing in either the juice or the grapes themselves from California. Wouldn't more wineries mean there'd be a bigger market for grapes in Armagosa or Fishlake Valley or wherever, I mean.
And I agree, this would help, that's what my first.
No, I mean without restriction,
Oh, without, yeah.
I mean, the more wineries you have, there would be a bigger market, potential market for those who grow the grapes.
And one of the things to keep in mind here is this last part that it says, to be mixed with other wine or aged in a suitable cellar or both. So basically, a winery out of California could open up a front shop in downtown Las Vegas and basically ship over fermenting or wrapped contained wine that's aging in a warehouse, and then on the front side start serving where there is no production other than, and really no
production of wine, because all you're doing is aging. It's already been fermented and put in the barrel somewhere else and then shipped over.
You're already competing for the retail product from Europe or from California.
Correct.
You know, at the consumer level.
Yeah, now again, it only pertains
To
to
tasting.
being able to have tastings and serve wine by the glass. That winery can still come in and do exactly what Jim's saying. He can still come in and bring big tanks in and stockpile and.
So you can't have a
bottle it.
storefront where he's promoting his wine
Right.
that's being produced in California for
And
glass tasting.
that can be done today without even changing this thing. So it comes back to these little people that wanna change or do the wine tasting at the University of
So it's a
Nevada.
matter of charging, you know, is there also a component of charging for it? I mean, you have an open storefront any place you want, and say, okay, you can try a glass for free of this wine and this, you know, I mean, there could be that, charging is part of it, isn't it?
Right.
The retail side,
Yeah.
charging by the glass.
Yeah, they were selling tickets. Wine glasses. If that makes sense, but
Juries fixed it all.
they got in trouble for that too, so. Again, I wanna assure the board, I'm all about the economy. I see the advantage of even wineries from California coming in here because I love competition. I think competition drives any market. And that's good. The big boys help, you know, all of us.
So how do you feel about not worrying about the university and saying, let's just.
I worry
Let's just
about,
leave it, you know,
I
have it
love
as
the
it is.
university
Those
because
are
they're teaching those people, those wannabes, how to make wine. I think that's really good for the industry. And I think it's good that they're able to bring outsiders in and, hey, try my wine, you know. I think that's really good. And I sit on the board for University of Nevada and I'm all for that. This is where the law kind of gets tangled up, and I'm really concerned about Bill Loken, because he's a really close friend of mine, and Jack Saunders, who started Pahrump Valley Winery and was prohibited from opening up in Vegas because of this law. Now they're removing that portion that would allow him to go to Vegas, but he'd have to probably sell his winery in Pahrump, and then that makes it worthless.
Got a question, Mr.
Yeah.
Chair. The only thing that this is doing is removing the 100,000. Am I correct?
Bill, we're looking at right now.
Can I ask, does anybody know the history on this 100? Why was it put in there in the first place?
Oh.
You know, it's funny that number happens to be the same number that was used for another vice in Nevada, the 100,000 rule.
An
earlier vice, yeah.
But I guess if you're gonna remove it, I guess why was it put in there in the first place? And the reasoning and the logic behind that, it would be nice to know, but I mean, personally, I don't see a problem removing it. That's just like I say, I'm not an expert on it. I don't understand all the details, but it'd be nice to know why it was in there. You know, Jim?
Well, I know it's because the distributors never wanted anybody taking, cutting into their take in Reno and Vegas, because they wanted to buy the wine from the wineries and then have somebody serve the wine to the customers that they get a cut on. These guys, like University of Nevada, don't go through the distributors. And Bill Loken doesn't go through the distributors on selling and tasting wine at his location. And the distributors put this in there and they won't like it.
So this may get,
Because they don't know how.
implode
Right.
when it gets closer. Southern Wines and Spirits probably will not support this.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna take a stab at this.
Yeah.
I would move that the board take no position on this, on AB4.
That would be the best for me. I mean, then
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right, any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. The neutral high ground. Okay. 21 and 32. All right, everybody, we're gonna do AB 32 and SB 21. They both contain special fuels, so we can get this out of the way for you and your crew, Peter.
So I'll do a quick legislative council digest update on it, and then we'll have Peter take it from there. Is that okay?
Sure.
Make comment. So we're talking AB 32 right now.
Yeah.
Section 1 of this bill revises the definitions of special fuel dealer for the purposes of imposing tax on the sale or use of special fuels and states specify that the term includes a person who sells liquefied natural gas and delivers such fuel into the tank for the supply of fuel in motor vehicles that is not owned or controlled by that person. Section 2 of this bill revises the amount of tax imposed on the sale or use of liquefied petroleum and compressed natural gas. Section 3 of the bill amends the factors for the conversion of the volumetric measurements for the purpose of taxing the sale and use of liquefied petroleum gas and liquefied natural gas. And then Section 4 of this bill provides that the tax returns, which must be filed with the Department of Motor Vehicles by a special fuel dealer or a special fuel manufacturer, must report all quantities of special fuel in gallons. This bill is pre-filed by the Committee on Tax on behalf of the Department of Motor Vehicles, refers to the Committee on Taxation.
Go ahead, Peter, give us your
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
101 special fuels.
Well, I'm trying to stand in for Director Anderson or Commissioner Anderson. We, as an industry, this is really just a bill that recognizes that LPG, liquefied petroleum gas, is a fuel of the future, and our current statutes don't address it. So it allows to quantify it in a way in gallons so that everybody understands cost per gallon as opposed to some other, measurement tool. So, and then raises the rates. This state really doesn't have much of a consistency on how it charges per gallon. For example, diesel fuel is considered the benchmark in special fuels, and then fuels depending on their BTU, British Thermal Unit equivalent. Diesel's 1 is the base. So if it has less, they should pay less tax. If it has greater energy than diesel fuel, they pay more tax. So this is just an attempt to get that. Our industry supporting this. It's really DMV cleanup stuff and more futuristic in a sense. There's not much LPG in the state except Vegas is doing a lot with UPS and some of the, in fact, those of you that fly into Vegas, you'll see a big LPG facility just by the rental car place. So
And this deals with these fuels that are used for motor vehicles that travel on federally and state-funded highways.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
So in other words, LPG's been around a long time. In fact, government entities have been a huge, or not huge, which they were exempt anyways, whether it's diesel. So this puts it on a more even playing field with the gasoline and diesel.
Yes.
As far as taxing.
Correct.
And the tax dollars would still go back to fund the operation and maintenance of highways.
Yeah, it changes none of that. That's by the state constitution that all funds from fuel taxes go to the maintained roads.
Okay, okay. Mr.
Doesn't it also have some sort of impact on who the dealer would be? Does it change that? I mean, what's the impact of that? It says it changes the definition of special fuel dealer. Talk about,
Well, it includes because, for example, there are these big companies that typically, Clean Fuel's one of them, and there's some that aren't typical wholesalers and really retailers. So I think my understanding of that is, that it broadens who these and brings them into the regulation by DMV. Right now, they're outside that. So the way I see it is that it puts the DMV net over more people so they can get proper reporting and we know what's being sold.
And it also, I see it, they included, natural gas compressed was always in there, but now it looks like there may be a future in liquefied, just in case. Liquefied natural gas. Mr. O'Toole, did you have something to add?
Yeah, if I can weigh in. On section 3 there, it talks about, for the purpose of taxation, the sale of compressed natural gas and liquefied petroleum gas will be, the cubic feet will be, or pounds will be deemed 1 gallon, so we have the gallon equivalents. And on liquefied petroleum gas, 36.6 cubic feet or 4.2 pounds of liquid petroleum will be deemed equal to 1 gallon of special fuel. That's being debated right now at the National Weights and Measures Conference, and I believe that they have a little more exact measurements as goes into that. But what from our standpoint and purely scientific and metrology is they're wanting us to sell these things on an equivalent, and there's really no such thing as an equivalent in an exact science. So we prefer to sell in pounds or mass, but you could equate that to a gallon equivalent. But we're always selling in mass because a pound is a pound is a pound.
The volume changes with temperature.
Absolutely, but this has further implications. This is the first thing. I could go back into the history of this. In the 80s, we started pulling in compressed natural gas as a fuel, and we wanted to put that forward to industry and to the public. So we put it on an apples to apples or a gallon equivalent. But there's no really way for us to calibrate and measure things on a gallon equivalent when we can do it on a mass equivalent. We could go back 150 years. We should be selling gas on a mass instead of a gallon also. But we can't go back. But if we look forward into the future, is Nevada going to start selling electricity on a gallon equivalent or hydrogen on a gallon equivalent? And hydrogen will be, again, sold by a mass and electricity by the ampere or whatever. So if we start going down this road to equivalents, are we going to have an ampere equivalent or a volt equivalent or a pound equivalent to hydrogen? I would prefer us to sell in mass and have a display in gallon equivalents. That's my take, and that's being debated very heavily in National Weights and Measures right now. And the way it's going to read in Handbook 44, which we adopt, is way it's being debated, is being sold in mass or gallon equivalents. And I'm going to, take your direction, but the way I'm leading is to be sold in mass so that we always are selling, we don't go down the road of equivalents. So there's my stance on things. Any questions for me?
Is there anything in this section that we could reference NIST on currently, or is it still up in the air? And if so, when would NIST weigh in with their in other words, is there a point in time where we want this to reflect what NIST adopts versus Nevada going its own way?
Well, we're going to be a little bit, Nevada's legislative session is going to end in June. We're going to meet again in Philadelphia. This is a voting item this year coming in July. So this will be voted on in July, hopefully ratified one way or another. I can tell you industry is saying exactly what you're saying, sell it on the gallon equivalent because that's what we're used to, but I think we need to go down the road. And I think it's going to go both ways and let the states decide. So it's going to go into the handbook probably in July, which would be effective 1 January of 2016 is where we would see it into the handbook 44 or 130.
The airline industry knows all too well about this.
Well, the airline industry always buys on pounds.
Yeah, for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
When I get on the plane, make sure.
Any other questions?
Oh, sorry, ma'am, they're just taking a little off the time.
But one of the things that really concerns me is if we go down the road of the equivalents, at least having in this bill the equivalents that match the NIST requirement, because they're going down several decimal points. And if we take a break, I can go back and get my information, Jim, and give you these.
But what I would suggest is, in lieu of not having defined and them debating it, that if we were gonna go that way, if we decided, and I'm not suggesting that you should or you shouldn't, just saying that if you were concerned that NIST is gonna have a different, read on this section, and we wanted to maintain and follow NIST as we have previously, where we would ask or request that they had a section in here that basically says, unless specific regulations were adopted by NIST, in which case you would follow that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like we're gonna go with this comparison unless NIST makes a ruling, in which case we would follow and adopt the NIST.
And that could happen in July?
In July, it's being voted on, so one way or another it's gonna, but no matter what happens in July, I don't believe the equivalents we're using here in the state of Nevada are the equivalents that NIST is using. And I could get you the exact equivalents on that. And I'm gonna, unless I hear other direction from you all, I'm gonna vote that natural gas and whatnot be sold by mass, but be able to be displayed in gallon equivalents. I think that we can have that apples to apples comparison, but we need to have a defined way of selling the product.
Mr. Chairman, Director Barbie, I would recommend, this is a good example of how we've got DMV, who's responsible for collecting the tax. They've got to have the numbers that make sense. I think with your new Weights and Measures guy on board, it would I think be beneficial, and NIST would be happy to sit down and be part of a meeting that brings some of the DMV folks that do that, like Carmen Shipman and her people, and work this out, because what Bart is saying is 100% true. If we don't get it right, and then we're going to have this same kind of thing over and over, that we've got the national standard one place, and in statute we've got some different decimal points. So I mean, it makes a difference in the long run. So I would recommend it, and I'd be happy to work with you on facilitating, because it's important to the industry too.
The things to take into account is the fact that internationally, compressed natural gas and liquefied petroleum products are being sold on the base of mass. So we're going to go. The United States is almost heading down a diverging course from the standards set by throughout the world standards, and that's another thing I think we should be taking into account. And also, California is already starting to set their standards, and again, I don't believe these are meeting. I need to look at this. This is not looking like it's meeting the standards that NIST and the other states are going forward with.
So would we recommend, or would you guys be interested in recommending supporting of this bill with adjustments to Section 3 to reflect national standards?
Yes.
Is that a safe way to state it?
Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
So moved. Well, I'm the chairman, I shouldn't do that. Mr. Sprout.
I would move that we support AB 32 on the provision that the bill in Section 3 reflect NIST or national standards, and that we prefer volumes being
mass
sold, based on mass rather than volume.
But I would like to also see in there if we could add to that, but can be displayed in gallon equivalents.
For the public.
For the public, yes.
Can be or will be?
Will be, I think it will be, the thing will be displayed.
Hold on one second.
So they don't have to do a conversion with a slide rule?
They don't, but you know what, we're in the area right now where if you go in with a vehicle that's dual fuels or whatever, and you go up to a gas station, 15 minutes after this thing goes, you're going to have an app for your phone that you'll be able to plug this in, and it'll all come up, and you'll be going, what should I buy? Unleaded or compressed natural gas? It'll all be there. Industry will take care of this.
So Mr. Chairman, to give what we got from the proposed motion would be, the Board of Ag would support AB 32 with adjustments to Section 3 so that it reflects the national or NIST standards and is sold in mass with the capability of reflecting the sale price in gallons.
Gallon equivalents for the PO.
Gallon equivalents.
I think you said that very well, didn't
So your motion, we have a motion on the floor, by the way. Mr. Sprouting, does your motion stand as Mr. Barney's read it?
That's just how I said it.
Okay, that's what I thought.
I just repeated it.
That's what I thought. Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. No made the second. Any more discussion? Public input? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
Yeah, we don't think it was there.
Okay, we lost the peanut gallery. Is that bad news?
Went to plot against us.
Can we take about a five?
Actually, could we go ahead and do the last special fuels and get these guys off the?
Oh, I'm sorry. I
SB
thought-
21, then lunch maybe here, 11:30 anyway.
SB 21. Okay.
Under existing law, the Board of County Commissioners of Clark County and Washoe County have imposed certain county taxes on motor vehicle fuel and various special fuels used in motor vehicles. Upon approval by a majority of the voters in any county other than Clark and Washoe County at the general election in November 2016, existing law requires the Board of the County Commissioners of the county similarly to impose these additional county taxes on motor vehicle fuels and various special fuels used in motor vehicles. So if I'm translating that right, Peter, that's telling us that the smaller counties take care of it during general elections, and the Washoe and Clark County do it, take care of their imposed motor fuel taxes at the county level through their county commissions. Correct?
Yes, sir, but remember, this is indexing. This is all we're talking about here is index. It allows the other counties, the other, 15 counties to go to the indexing, like you said, if they want to.
Right, through the election process. The Department of Motor Vehicles is a party to the International Fuel Tax Agreement, a multi-state agreement which facilitates the calculation and collection of certain fuel taxes and interstate trucking companies and others whose use of special fuels, primarily diesel fuel, in vehicles operated or intended to operate interstate. NRS 366.175, existing law requires certain special fuel users to file a return with the department and requires the department to adopt regulations establishing a system for auditing such returns to determine whether any amounts are owed by or to the special fuel user pursuant to the International Fuel Tax Agreement. As a result, additional taxes on special fuels imposed pursuant to NRS 373.066 through 373.0663 or 373.0667, NRS 373.083. This bill authorizes rather than requires a special fuel user to file with the department of a request for reimbursement of any amounts owed by the department to the special fuel user. This bill also removes provisions requiring the department to determine whether the special fuel user may owe additional amounts to the department as a result of the additional taxes imposed pursuant 373.066 through 73.0063 or 373.0667. Additionally, this bill clarifies the reimbursements of any amounts owed to the special fuel user are only for the taxes imposed on special fuels which are consumed outside this state. So it's basically, as I read it, reducing the burden to the special fuel user and waiving any fees they may owe. And so they would only apply the paperwork if they felt they were owed money by the department. And this bill is filed by Committee on Revenue and Economic Development on behalf of the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Peter, I'm gonna take a little stab at this, but in recent, Nevada has now seen the influx of Tier 4 engines in off-road equipment because of being so close to California. So now we're having to use clear highway diesel in the equipment because of the engines. It requires it. They now have the DPFs. They're not gonna have to do the diesel exhaust fluid. Does this somehow qualify in that, because there's gonna be a lot more requests for reimbursement of tax? Because there's no more red fuels on its way out, in other words. Eventually, there will be no red fuel, because
I agree.
the equipment won't handle it.
But, Mr. Chairman, this really has to do with IFTA, nothing else, which is the International Fuel Agreement, as Mr. Barbie indicated. This is a trucking thing. This is really all this is to clean up language for the trucking industry. And so, quite honestly, given my recommendation, given your purview over fuel, which is really two things, right? That we know, love and well, it's the fuel quality portion of it, not taxation. That really, you guys don't have a dog in this fight, unless any individual, is operating a fleet of trucks, and you're doing interstate, not just within intrastate, interstate trucking, where IFTA applies, the Interstate Fuel Agreement. So it's really to me, this isn't an ag issue at all.
Did somebody have something over here?
Yeah, how will this affect, because, our company has a fleet of trucks that runs every day to California and back, or to Arizona and back.
This would be good for you, because what, as Mr. Barbie said, it reduces the paperwork demand of filing these reports.
Oh, yeah, and it's a nightmare for our girls that takes care of it.
Now, you still have to do IFTA.
Right.
I can talk to you later, Paul. I would put you in touch with the trucker guys that understand this way better than, but I only have a few guys that run trucks as well.
So.
Yeah, your new tab cards this year, Paul, on your trucks, if you are IFTA, have every state in the union now on them. Where before you had to file for each state that you were gonna, now it has every state, and you just have to file the number of miles you drove in that state for that reporting period.
Which makes it a little easier, right?
And it'll reduce the Nevada, bureaucracy part of it.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I would like to talk to you a little bit more about it later.
Yes?
You looking for a motion?
You bet, I will. Yeah.
I move we take no position.
Motion made, second. Ms. Morrison made the motion, Mr. Sproutley the second. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstentions. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, now we're going, yes, Peter.
May I say one thing? You were talking about line earlier. There is a bill that's not on here because it's not a bill yet, or there's a bill draft that's not in here concerning hemp. I talked to the director about a year and a little more ago, because you guys, did such a great job with me on MMT. I'm coming back with hemp now, thinking that it doesn't use a lot of water. It's a crop that, I figure that hemp is the thing. So anyway, I just wanted to alert everybody. There will be a bill coming from Senator Tick Siggerbloom, who's the guy who brought us medical marijuana in the first place. It's based on the California hemp bill, so if anybody, and I told the director I'd get him the language, and I don't, know enough about that, but anybody that knows anything about hemp and California hemp bill, we're gonna have a bill like that for you guys to, in the legislature, look at.
And we can bring that obviously to the board, one of those conference call meetings to review, and you'd be able to take a stand or not take a stand or whatever you want.
Will make twine cheaper?
Maybe.
Possibly.
It won't grind very well, for sure. And along those lines, we need to keep an eye on what the governor of Colorado is starting to talk about. But anyways, why don't we go ahead and take a little bit of a recess?
Yeah, I want to get here just a little bit early, and if that's the case, we can go right into lunch and then afterwards. It's not here yet.
Well, if the type of informal meeting we're having on this, we should probably eat while we're doing this stuff, so.
For sure.
So, we'll go off the record.
All right, we're back on the record, ag board meeting, and we're still going over the PDR list, so it looks like we're ready to go to 26, debt collection? Correct, and I would, put a caveat on SB 26 and SB 28, so you may want to consider this before I even go through them. These are bills that would affect the agency, would not have impact on the industry, so is that stuff that you want to engage in or not? What do you want to do? Again, this is a learning curve. So basically SB 26 deals with how fees that are not, if there's issues around debt collection on our fees, whether licenses, whatever that is, it clarifies what that process would be. And SB 28 clarifies how agencies, what requirements would be made on agencies relative to public relations or public records requests.
Jim, on SB 26 looks pretty straightforward to me. SB 28, who's pushing that bill?
SB 28 is,
Would it be the Department of Education?
no.
Oh, it says League of Cities, never mind.
Yeah, I think it's coming from counties and cities. But I definitely have a comment on that.
I've got a comment on it too. I'd like to hear yours first.
So, but do you guys want to talk about these, or I'm looking for consent that you want to talk about them?
No.
I'm getting a lot of distant stares.
I'd like to talk about 28.
Okay, but what about 26 on the agenda first?
Does this have something to do with the sale yard and Fallon?
Well, it would.
Yeah.
I mean, on any debt collections that we deal with, that, not it specifically, but yes.
Well, that's
debt collection.
If it goes to debt collection, we don't get to receive the fees.
Well, and we found out some more there. I believe we do get to receive the fees now, but there's a process and we have to put a request on.
Oh, okay. So what's the object of this bill?
So this bill does further clarification. It's largely focused on being able to impose fines and punitive damages against an employer that doesn't give the Comptroller's Office access to wage, what's the word, wage withholdings. So basically, if it's an individual, that the Comptroller's Office should be able to impose wage withholdings through their employer, and then requires what would happen to the employer if the employer did not play ball on the wage collection. So and it's more focused on an individual, but we also do licensing for, individual sole proprietorships, and so it would affect us from that capacity, where basically if sole proprietorship, Davy Sticks livestock, which I know it isn't, but if it were, and you bought one of our licenses but never paid us for it, or did a brand inspection that you wouldn't pay on, then we would be able to go to your employer and put withholdings on your wages to pull those resources out. So are you interested in more? And I'll go through the total index, or is this something?
Has this been a real issue? That you have to get
For us, the wage section is not. For us, debt collection in some cases has been. So kind of not this specific issue.
So this deals primarily with the withholding by the employer.
Right.
for
So
those debts.
all agencies, when we get to a certain level in bill, accounts receivable debts, I think it's 60 days. After 60 days, we're supposed to turn over that debt to the state controller's office, which includes all state agencies, governmental, and it's their job then to go out and chase that debt and bring that revenue in.
our issue has been that, and when it's gone to that, it was our understanding that we couldn't get redemption on those fees that they collect, and then that goes into the general fund or help support the controller's office. We have discovered and have been talking with them and found a new statute which basically says they have to give us part of that money minus their costs and expenses, but they can't just give it to us, we have to actually go through a process and request it. And so that's one of the new things that we'll be adjusting in how we do business on this end. But, so we don't go after the debt, they go after the debt, but we would redeem some of the money. So that's separate, where this is giving the state controllers authority to basically go, require wages withheld to collect for a fee that's against an agency, a county, whatever it may be. And you can just say, we're not interested in weighing in, or hearing no one, I'm assuming you're not interested.
Yeah.
Moving on. So now, no action. Public records request on 28. I'll read the kind of the intro, and then I'll make comment on our perspective directly on this issue, and then you guys can run with it. Existing law allows a government entity to charge a fee for providing a copy of certain public records. Any such fee may not exceed the actual cost incurred by the entity for making the copy of the records. Existing law also allows the government entity to charge an additional fee not to exceed 50 cents per page if the request requires the governmental entity to make extraordinary use of its personal and technological resources. This bill defines and constitutes an extraordinary use of personal and technological resources and allows a governmental entity to charge a fee for the actual cost of the time utilized by an employee when responding to a request for public records that requires an extraordinary use of personnel. I will tell you that from the agency side, relative to largely horse issues, we have been FOIA, and we'd get a request and we will spend the hours and the time to respond to and I'm talking me, sitting on my email hours, going through who the request was for. You forward that information, doesn't give them what they're looking for, so then they make another request with another group of individuals or another individual, and I go through that, and it's a huge time expense. Each one of the requests is a minimum of 2-3 hours on my part, and in the last, since probably September, we've had maybe 4 or 5 of those all along the same lines, and all we're able to charge is the cost of the copies, which by the time you figure out what it takes to put time together to put the invoice together and all that stuff, you're not getting enough money to compensate for the employee that you're having put the invoice together. So we're just turning the records over. It is a significant expense relative to staff time. And it from us, from an agency side, if we could recruit, especially where we're feed, we're not, just kumbaya general fund, less than 2% of our budget is general fund. So I know that this is bigger than us, but this has a real drain on resources for the agency, time being that resource.
Just a question, are you saying that when it says cost for the copy, what does that mean? Why can't you charge them for the cost for making the copy? In other words, pay the person to do it?
No, salary cannot be included. In other words,
well, that's what it costs to make the copy.
No, that's not how it currently reads, and not how it's currently identified.
So in other words, you take the ink out of there and you go,
it's the ink in the paper. That's what they define as the
just
actual.
a couple cents a copy then.
What's that?
Just a couple cents is all it costs, because it doesn't
So
cost 50 cents.
So by the time we run a packet of emails that are maybe this thick, it's $15 maybe, that is the bill that they owe. Well, by the time I get them to run an invoice on 15, it just keeps adding up, and so it's like, but the time has been, whoever the FOIA is on, the amount of time it takes for them to pull the information together, their salary time is pulling the information together, and then to have Bob or the communications folks to go through that, sort it out, do the communications with the person. It's a staffing time issue for us. So that's where this would give the opportunity to charge for the time of the staff to pull the information together. We're in support of that.
I have a concern about this bill. I've done a lot of open records, worked in it significantly. This 50 cents a page far exceeds anything on the federal side, anything in the National Archives, and frankly, anything from the law office. And so, I don't know, I understand what you're saying, and I get that. But the
Well,
way
and then
this
that's
thing,
tied to extraordinary use, which they don't define
They don't
currently define real well. And so then you really can't get away with charging that, because if they call you on it, then so that's why we're always at the, whatever it is, 10 cents a sheet or whatever the deal is.
but anyway, my concern with this is that, and then on the electronic stuff, it doesn't cost anything to send electronic copies unless you ran it through the copy.
Right.
And so I don't think this is a very, very well crafted bill in its present state. I get what you're saying.
And see, the copies to me are like irrelevant.
I know.
10 cents, 50 cents is the time,
But I
it's
can
the
tell
deal.
you,
So even electronically sending it, that isn't the real cost.
But there are those out there that believe that that's part of your job and the public's paying your wage to do it.
But see, for us, that's a problem, because the public isn't paying our wage.
I understand that, but that's not,
But Mr. Barkley, they're paying 2%, sir.
Right, exactly.
It doesn't seem quite fair to do it across the board when you have a.
Right, I get both sides, I get what Ramona's talking about, and how it can be used even in an obstructive way, to get to information, which is, an issue. But the problem then also on the other extreme is if there's no or little cost to getting the information, then as a manner of harassing someone, you're able to just
constantly request
without any skin in the game, so it's a double-edged sword, there's no doubt. And we would just love to see anything that would make someone at least go, well, I guess I'm gonna have to put some skin in the game if I want this, from our perspective, this information, so that we don't get the.
well, I'll add one more thing to this. The price per page issue, both for treating electronic the same as printed, and I understand it's a time issue for you. There was an issue with the Department of Education, trying to get records out of the Department of Education, I think, which were quite massive in scope. But the problem is, from the point of view from freedom of information for the private sector, some of those document requests could be quite extensive. And so you start assigning a 50 cent per page price on that, that defeats the purposes of the freedom of information. So.
And I'm good with actual cost of
Time.
copies. I mean, that doesn't, which is obviously less than 50 cents. But the thing for me is the staff time invested. So I mean, if you guys would be, and again, maybe this isn't something that you feel is enough agriculture related because it's only through the agency that you want to weigh in on it. I mean, as an agency manager, I'm going to weigh in on it, and I'm willing to say, this should reflect actual cost, because I don't have a problem with that at all in terms of the copy cost, but it has to give some kind of consideration to staff time, because that's really the most expensive thing.
So you'd recommend just amending the section 1A, to reflect the actual cost of.
Yeah, so just say the fee to reflect the actual cost per page.
As written?
Right, because one or the other. I mean, if you were gonna have the 50 cents, then the idea would be that you're building your staff time into that 50 cents.
Right.
Right?
because that doesn't reflect what a piece of paper costs, or running a piece of paper costs. So I agree, it's doubled up.
I would also suggest on that some information is very easy to get to and others it's not. It's not really dependent on the number of pages. Electronic information is very easy to compile and send with very little cost. So I think that what makes more sense in this is to go at it from what you were saying, time on the job. And I think that if somebody makes an extraordinary records request, that's not unfair to ask. And it's also not defeating the purpose of the freedom of information.
So if we support this bill with A removed, is that kind of the idea?
Removed or amended with the cost,
B covers that.
something more reasonable.
Yeah, I agree with
in
that.
cost.
And the same thing with A and then section A2 under section 2A2.
Okay, take a stab at a suggested motion, Mr. Bob.
Support SB 28 with the changes that would reflect actual material costs while maintaining actual staff time costs in the bill.
Very good. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Motion was made by Ms. Morrison, seconded by Mr. No. Any more discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
The second?
Mr. No. Mr. No is yes.
Yes or no? Yes.
SB 44, oil and natural gas.
Okay, this is a bill in committee for natural resources on behalf of the Division of Minerals as it reflects, or could reflect on public grounds which ag production happens as well as in private property. I felt that it was worth at least covering, and then you guys should choose what you want to do. Existing law requires the Commission on Mineral Resources to prescribe by regulation a fee not to exceed $200 for a permit to drill a well in search of oil or gas. Section 1 of the bill removes the $200 statutory limit on the fee for such a permit and authorizes the Commission to include in the fee the reasonable administrative costs of the Division of Minerals of the Commission relating to filing and examination of application for such permit. Existing law requires Commission to prescribe by regulation a fee not to exceed 20 cents for each barrel of oil or each 50,000 cubic feet of natural gas produced from a well in the state, which must be assessed against the producer of the oil or natural gas. Section 2 of this bill raises the statutory limit on the fee from 20 cents to 50 cents.
Now that fee per barrel is in addition to the $200 original filing.
Correct.
Filing fee.
Two different sections. So one's a filing fee, which they don't identify other than saying that basically Division of Minerals would determine that as a reasonable administrative cost. So they would be setting their own license fee.
Is that what pays for when they send their people out to ensure that the first how many layers of concrete are sealed from the water source?
Yeah, it's all, they're all
that,
feed.
50 cents a barrel pays for that?
I know. I'm assuming the permit portion combined with the production rate. I'm assuming the production rate would pay for ongoing review and inspection, where if you got to do preliminary work to set a well, I would assume the permitting fee would encompass that part. They are 100% fee, so.
I know there's been quite a bit of time the wells that we've been associated with here recently is that the state spends quite a bit of time making sure that certain layers are protected, and $200 really wouldn't cover that, and most of those wells that have been done around here have no production whatsoever, so there's no 20 cents.
Which is what I think they're trying to get to a point where they're covering their costs. And the language that they're using
Well, they're just saying they're removing the $200 statutory limit.
Right, and the commission will basically set the fee. So they have a commission like we have a board.
The legislature can turn a commission loose like that?
You guys set fees each year on.
I know, but usually there's a cap on, you know.
Right, yeah, no, I agree. The open-endedness, I doubt will make it through because you could have Katie bar the door, but, yeah, that's what they're saying, or that's what they're suggesting.
This is a good
This
one.
was also drafted back when oil was 100 in a barrel.
Yeah.
A good one to take the high road.
So maybe.
Okay. Number 45, State Conservation Commission.
No action. The existing law sets forth the general rule that the State Conservation Commission must distribute grants of money provided by the legislative appropriations to qualifying conservation districts in equal amounts. This bill provides an exception to the general rule for the distribution of such grants of money. The grants of money are for a specific competitive grant program for which the legislature expressed appropriated money. And two, the competitive grant program is governed by the regulations specifically adopted to govern that competitive grant program, and those regulations expressly state that the grants of the money may be distributed in unequal amounts. Specifically, I think part of what's driving this is the sagebrush issue and being able to target through specified money for competitive purposes that are going to be tied to outcomes of improvement, maybe in habitat or whatever it may be for the sagebrush. So in other words, rather than when they send an appropriation down, if it has to be evenly split, there may be a part or a conservation area that we really want to focus on, and that may not be down in, you know, Henderson. It may be up where we have sagebrush issues or a listing issue or something. It gives the commission a little more oomph to pick and choose what they're trying to fix, whatever that may be. But it's still tied only to money that is identified as being competitive when granted by the legislature, and doesn't impact outside grant money that they could get either as an individual conservation district or as a commission as a whole.
A question, does any of this money go through us? It doesn't, does it?
No, this is.
So it goes directly to the.
Well, right now, there's no money going directly to the Conservation Commission. My suspicion is that they said, we want to give you some money, but you gotta get your things figured out to make that happen. It's really poorly funded. Department of Ag's probably put as much funds in the Conservation Commissions as the state has, as of late, through pesticide money.
So is it like for the soil conservation service and things like that?
No, this is for conservation districts in Nevada. We have, you have your conservation districts that are tied to county government, but then you have the Conservation Commission, which is the overriding group, which I have a seat on that Robert sits in on representing me. Several other agency heads have seats on. That is Tim Rubald's outfit, if that makes sense. So this is the State Conservation Commission and conservation districts within the state.
But those competitive grants would be going to conservation districts.
Right, so in other words, the legislature says, we're gonna send $5 million to the Conservation Commission to support activities around restoring sage grouse habitat as a competitive grant with these benchmarks. Then it would give basically the Conservation District the authority to carry that out, because from what I read on this, currently they have some rule in there that says any money the Conservation Commission gets, they will disperse evenly between the conservation districts.
All the districts would be evenly.
But I don't think there's been any money pumped in as of late that way.
And because it's going to conservation districts, therefore it would be going, those those actions on the ground would be happening on private property, correct?
Correct.
And those grants would be issued for specific designated purpose.
Right. Per what the appropriation was for. So most often, if you're gonna get an appropriation out of the legislature during the budget cycle, it'll be tied to either something very broad, which does happen, or specifically niched towards something significant, but it's tied to something, it's not just.
Well, let me give you a devil's advocate view of this. You have a conservation district separate in Diamond Valley as you would in Churchill County. One of the biggest conservation grant programs that's been used is the utilization of money to put in concrete ditches and laser leveling. Why would it?
Isn't that NRCS, or that's not state money, is it?
Just gonna say is that like the soil district then?
That's what this is. Isn't it?
That you're
I don't think so. I think.
You're talking about USDA.
I know, but just couldn't this
No,
be
this
the
one, we're talking only
state money?
appropriated general fund. Nothing would restrict a conservation district individually coming to another agency and looking for money to do something in that, just like they did on the sage grouse or the sagebrush money that we did through pesticide fees, or for the commission to that extent to get money, but it's saying somewhere in there, the only thing I can figure out, somewhere in here, the overall commission, the statewide commission, has some rule that says that general fund that comes to them has to be dispersed equally between the conservation districts. And this would give them basically the wherewithal to do more competitive grants to target specific, like things like sage or grouse.
That makes sense if it is for specific things that may be much more pertinent to northern Nevada or southern Nevada, rather than evenly dispersing it. That's true, but if it's just for general purpose, then I agree with the evenly distributed, but.
So here's exactly what it would say. The commission may establish programs for distributing within the limits of legislative appropriations. So in other words, just general funds is what we're talking about. And other available money, grants of money to conservation districts. Distributions of such grants must be made in the following manner. Commission shall distribute grants of money provided by the legislation appropriations in equal amounts to the conservation district which the commission determines qualifies for the grant. So they can't focus or target or anything currently as law reads. This would just add except as otherwise provided in subsection 4, and then when you go to subsection 4, this would be the insert with regard to money provided by the legislation appropriation. The commission may distribute grants of money to conservation districts in an unequal amount if the grant of money are for specific competitive programs for which the legislature expressly appropriated the money. So the legislature says, we're going to create a competitive grant to target high-need sage grouse areas, and we're going to give the Conservation Commission this money to distribute. With current law, they can't do it any way but equally with everybody. This would give them the opportunity to form a grant review committee and target where they're going to have the biggest impacts. And then B, the competitive grant program described in paragraph A is governed by regulations specifically adopted to govern competitive grant programs. And those regulations expressly state that the grants of money may be distributed in unequal amounts. So the commission would have to basically create regulations, so NAC, that would define how they would manage competitive grants that were coming through the commission. If this passed, then they would have to go do regs. But it's still only talking state general fund, because if they got money from USDA that was targeted on some other specific thing, then that would be the rule that they would have to follow. Gives them more flexibility, I think. I'm assuming because it looks like they're going to try to run some money through
wanna support this one?
Yeah.
Might as well, huh?
Unless there's any downside to that, does that open up the commission to, I mean, it really can't open it up to being able to use those funds for anything else, right?
The intent is to target it specifically.
Right.
Yeah, I move we support this one.
Motion's been made by Mr. No, it was seconded by Mr. Perazzo. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, nay, any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. SB 65, water. That's a
So,
little broad. Trevor.
Davey said he was gonna cover this one today.
Yeah. Well, I am. I'm gonna start off by saying that first of all, this bill is being put forward by the Division of Water Resources. We have yet to see a bill specifically from any of our delegation or representatives, which there is one forthcoming.
And the committees know that the committees will each be able, they have so many bills outside carrying the agency bills, so many bills that they're able to introduce as well. So you may have a specific legislator that was talking about doing the bill going into the session. If they found themselves as chair of governmental affairs, that bill may come out as a committee of governmental affairs bill, just to be aware.
Yeah. And I tried to go through this to try to make heads or tails of it.
Just the legislative digest is just on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Boy, Ramona has some concerns in here. I don't know, I'd sure feel much better putting in kind of endorsement of getting some kind of report from the state engineer of what they're trying to do.
I think the plain language of this bill is troubling, and I would move to oppose it as written. I think that would be my preference. And I'll be specific. This whole bill deals with chapter 533 from the top to from the beginning to the end. So chapter 533 is entitled Adjudication of Vested Water Rights and Appropriation of Public Waters. And the part of it that is particularly troubling is what it does in vested water rights. And specifically, without getting into the weeds too much, if you go to section 14 on filing proofs of appropriation, which are
Did you say page 14?
Section 14 on page 8. And then page 9, under section 6B, it's putting in requirements for filing a proof of appropriation for stock waters. And it does a couple things that all of it seems pretty common sense, and I don't have a problem with it, but you get to section B, it says that it must be accompanied by evidence supporting the claim data priority, a complete chain of title, which is correct, and then demonstrating that the claimant's ownership of the vested water right, demonstration of continual use of the water by the claimant. That's very much contrary to Supreme Court rulings, contrary to the rulings in our case. And if you have a situation, theoretically, where you take a non-use for a period of time on your allotment, then you cannot prove continual use. Well, I know a lot of people have done that, and then that's not even counting just plain old agency stopping you from using your allotment. So I think that's a very serious problem.
Well, Ramona, I wonder.
Where was that exactly? What page?
It's on page 10, section 6B.
6B.
No, we're at 8. I'm not seeing it.
6B, accompanied by evidence supporting the claim data priority of water.
Yes, that's good.
A complete chain of title demonstrating the claimant's ownership, and to show demonstration of continual use of the water by claimant.
And that's what they're doing, is they're taking the statutory provision for a permitted right and applying it to a vested right.
Okay, my first question on this, somewhere floating around, and I don't know if it's in this bill, is the engineer trying to get a grasp of what's happening on the Humboldt.
I think that's what they're
And
trying to
metering,
do. Yeah.
metering those ag wells so they can see what is the effects on the, aquifer?
Yeah.
In relationship to the, perennial yield of that basin.
And that part.
That's
may,
good.
May not be good, yeah.
But that's not what's in this bill.
But that's not what's in this one.
No, that's in here too, and this thing is a catch-all,
Okay.
it's the whole
There's a
chapter.
lot of stuff.
And I think they would have been better off, frankly, breaking this up into sections.
And people were worried at our, board of directors meeting at Cattleman's in Elko a few days ago, that are we gonna have to go and put meters on our stock lines on our permits
Bingo.
to show continual use? That's where I'm reading this.
And I believe that can be challenged immediately in the courts, that provision alone. Because the Supreme Court has held that that's not the case for, they're just applying statutory water law on the vested water.
Yeah, cause see, in the ag business on surface, it's easy to determine beneficial use.
Yeah.
You take a bona fide engineer out, they take pictures, yeah, we got a crop growing. It could be weeds like we grow, because we're not farmers. Nevertheless, it's green.
Something needs
Yeah.
Somebody needs it.
So, but, in surface water rights, that's easy to do. Groundwater, there's lots of, commercial permitted wells that are required to have meters on them. Why those big wells pumping water in the Winnemucca area don't have them on, I'll never figure out. We have to have one on our feedlot well.
Diamond Valley is a mess.
We're not required, other than the new ones, is my understanding.
Yeah.
It's after a certain date, they never required. it.
Yeah,
So-
a lot of those wells are
That's
vested.
what I'm understanding.
But Steve Boyce had a good point the other day. Seriously, out in the middle of a permit, in the middle of whatever area, we're gonna put a meter on a submersible well, we go out and pump with the generator. It's bad enough keeping the generators from being vandalized, let alone a $1,200 meter.
Yeah.
So this one's gonna be interesting. We deny it the way it's written till,
I don't like the waste of water deal either. I don't know as I quite understand that, but that's not specific enough for me. Waste of water includes causing or permitting water from any source to discharge or flow unnecessarily. What's that?
Just putting it back in the creek, that would be a beneficial, I mean, that's what's expected to happen.
Yeah, but I mean, like overflowing out of a spring or coming out of
Yeah.
a stock well, going into even a dirt tank, what's, you know.
and a lot of us do that, don't we, Tim?
Yeah.
Let the trough overflow into a dirt.
Right.
But the stock water, I mean, the livestock still utilize.
That's right.
water out of dirt tanks.
But is that considered wasting?
If you
No, if goes up there and drinks it.
Well, I wouldn't think so, but I guess the way it's written here, I'm not sure it is.
Drink it out of the trough, but not off the ground.
And I take it one step further on these stock waters. We now are down to minimal numbers in a lot of places on our stock, numbers of livestock that we have out there. And what the state engineer is doing in the water adjudication that I'm involved in is trying to put the current numbers of livestock as the beneficial use of that livestock, instead of the historical or adjudicated numbers. And I think that that can be defeated in the courts as well, but that's what's going on here.
Could I just have kind of a different slant on looking at the metering on, of course, our own personal, you know, granted, our whole personal operation is surface water. But we're seeing, you know, because of, you know, and it's because of drought, but, you know, with an increase in the number of pivots and a couple of drainages that we're involved with, we're not seeing any flow on the surface. And we know that it's being, you know, the annual yield is being exceeded by groundwater pumping. You know, so where do, you know, our stock water, you know, application essentially, we've got a sustainable or sustaining water right that we're looking for that would be a vested date based on those, is not even flowing. And so how do you deal with that with some wells that were put in the 70s? So I can see where this conflict is coming to, you know, a big head, but there's a legitimate argument to have some sort of metering on those pivots to see if they're using the amount of water that they're supposed to use.
Well, and I think the state engineer would say that they over-irrigated Diamond Valley with wells. And that's what's kind of driving this thing. And something needs to be done, but the guy with the oldest water right is the one that can fight it in the courts.
Yeah.
Challenge the other guys.
Yeah, you know, I know your statement about over appropriated, but on the other hand, if you can't see what they're doing afterwards by the amount of pumping,
Yeah.
of what they did in Yerington, in the Mason Valley just recently Friday, I mean, those are the kind of proactive measures that need to be done.
And I think that's what they're trying to do here, but I don't think they did it well.
No. But even at, let's say Jim, if he was in this boat, how would we know what 50% is? Unless you actually are showing what the pumping out of the ground is.
Well, our permit says, and it's usually 4 feet, so we got that in there.
So you're actually measuring it after it comes out of the ground, you're measuring it like on a flume meter?
Well, it's usually a propeller meter.
Oh, okay, so you do have.
Yeah, they
meters there.
required meters in our basin for quite a few years.
Oh, everybody down there has meters?
Well, they're supposed to. Sometimes they turn and sometimes they don't.
All right, so on this one, shall we show that the Department of Ag does not support this as it's currently written?
I would so move.
But do we want to continue to open a door for a dialogue of how we make this work? Because there are some good things in it, aren't there? Charlie?
I guess that was one of my points. Is there a section of this that we can block out and say we don't agree with this, but the rest of it, or no?
Go ahead.
As they say with water politics, it's the camel's nose under the tent. And because this particular bill takes in the entire section, or entire chapter of 533, not a section of 533, but the entire thing, if it gets to committee at the end of the session, and somebody wants to slip something in, they can amend anywhere in chapter 533. And so I think it could be very dangerous going through like it is right now. I think the whole thing ought to be opposed. And then if they need to deal with the section, deal with the section.
Yeah.
So you're basically advocating for a piecemeal targeted changes, if that's what they want.
They did some interesting things. They clarified everything as a source of surface water or groundwater. But you can interpret that in statute anyway. They're just clarifying it.
Do we want to say that, Ramona, when we recommend that we're not gonna, that this needs to be brought forward in multiple bills? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Instead of one bill.
I mean, if you're trying to deal with groundwater, deal with groundwater.
Right. Yeah.
That makes more sense.
So would we put that on as a caveat, if you guys vote not to support the bill, say supportive of looking at bills that are broken into sections that are inclusive to groundwater as a standalone, or surface water
you
as a
just say that,
standalone?
that they should be broken into sections, as specific issues or topics. Come up there, so an all-inclusive deal, like you say, that opens the entire chapter up.
Yeah.
Bills targeted for specific.
Does that make sense?
You got, what, 78 sections?
Yeah, that's the whole chapter,
87
533, they dealt with this.
And I will say, I believe Pete's gonna be the chair, or is the chair of this committee, and so reality is that they may get a hearing and never come up again, because I know that he is, I believe he's bringing some sort of water bill directly from the committee as well, so, for what it's worth.
Okay.
We have Ramona with a motion to oppose.
To oppose with the caveat.
It'd be broken into standalone sessions.
Sound good? Ramona, you like that part?
Yeah.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Made by Ms. Morrison, seconded by Mr. Spratling. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstentions, motion carries unanimous. 66, land development.
Existing law, on behalf of the city of Henderson, coming out of Senate Government Affairs. By the way, that last bill I meant to say as well was a 2/3 vote bill, and I need to look at, there's maybe some other ones that we've talked about that are 2/3 vote.
Oh,
Because
the water one requires?
It's a 2/3 vote because it may, anytime they attach fees or associated fees, the bill becomes a 2/3 majority requirement because of the tax, constitutional requirement of tax, increase in tax is 2/3 vote. The example would be our non-policy AB 77 is a 2/3 vote bill because we're specifically increasing the threshold in the sheephead tax, even though we're not increasing the tax, because that authority would lie with the Board of Ag, not that bill. We're increasing the potential. They automatically err to a conservative position to ensure that everybody's rights are protected, that it's a 2/3 vote. So that's another example too. Like the, well, that was actually though an increase in fee, the increase in head tax required a 2/3 vote. So sorry. So you may want to, when you flip back through this later on, ID those that I should have been doing that all along. This is not a 2/3 bill, however, SB 66. Existing law authorizes a governing body of a local government to enter into an agreement for the development of land with one or more persons who hold a legal or equitable interest in the land. Of this, Section 2 of this bill defines the term undeveloped land. Section 6 of this bill revises the definition of the term infrastructure and public facilities for the purposes of such agreement. Section 8 of this bill revises the scope and content of an agreement for the development of land. Existing law provides that an agreement for the development of land may establish a deadline by which the construction must commence and may provide for an extension of that deadline. The extended deadline is itself subject to an extension by a government body under certain circumstances. Section 2 and 8 of this bill reorganize the provisions for the extension of such deadline. The existing law provides amendment or cancellation of an agreement for the development of land by mutual consent of the parties to the agreement to or their successor in interest. Existing law also authorizes the governing body to amend or cancel the agreement without the consent of other parties to the agreement under certain circumstances. Section 4 and 9 of this bill require a governing body to propose unilaterally to amend or cancel an agreement to hold a public hearing before taking such action. Section 4 provides that any person having a legal or equitable interest in a land subject to the agreement or any other interested person may present oral or written testimony at the hearing. Section 4 requires the governing body to consider all testimony presented at the hearing and in resolution or ordinance in which the governing body makes its determination concerning the proposed amendment to or cancellation of the agreement, pass upon the merit of each complaint, protest, and objection set forth in the testimony. Section 4 also provides for the judicial review of the review of the decision of the governing body concerning the unilateral amendment to or cancellation of the agreement. Sections 5, 7, and 10 through 17 of the bill make conforming changes. So, Dennis, what did that say? Because that was very legal. So I saw that this, basically deals with individual rights relative to land development, and felt like that could be something that you guys wanted to be, but I have no idea what this thing does, and I'd be lying to you if I told you.
Well, let me see if what I got out of the second part on page 2. Let's see if this is something that is in our realm that we want to take care of. But as many areas, and they don't even have to be in Clark and Washoe, but Humboldt, around Winnemucca, any community, as urbanization happens, what you see is the movement of housing onto BLM permits, the encroachment. And when that happens, everybody gets together, kumbaya, the open range law will take care of you. But in Realville, okay, what happens is you have this quasi unofficial ability to not be able to use your permit. Because whether we want to go out and be certain individuals, and Ramona and I know, and fight every day to keep our cattle and use the open range thing to protect us, in Realville that doesn't happen. So what you end up doing is you prevent your cattle from going into that part of the permit. Okay? And now your permit from an 800 head becomes a 500 head permit. And something has to be done because this keeps popping up all the time. And in the court of public opinion, all the open range laws that are out there don't help the individual cattleman from putting up with the harassment or dogs, or you end up in municipal courts constantly because somebody filed a complaint. So I don't know if this is the time to, I know what Henderson's trying to do, but we just had huge precedents take place in Washington with the Lyon County Land Act. So we're going to see a lot more of these lands become available for development. And I don't know how the appropriate way to handle it, but is this for something, or the Cattlemen's and Farm Bureau to step up?
10 years ago, the Cattle Association tried to get through some legislation regarding this exact thing, that any new development would have to have a peripheral fence around that private property that was being developed, if it was within an existing federal permit. And that would take care. And so it would, if there's a full section that was being developed within that multi-section permit, then that protected those exact things. And man, I'll tell you what, the guys in three-piece suits from Clark County came and just tore us up.
And boy, I could see where that would be a nightmare, even in a permit we don't own that's right next to where we live in Fernley. The concept of being able to put a fence out of all these little, we got projects that had 40 homes and 40 acres. And then you move over here and there's this big open gap of BLM land, and then you have a home every 5 acres. And so to put fences around each one of them and then be able to have access back and forth in your permit, are we getting to a point where something needs to be written into the legislation that says there needs to be a discussion, serious discussion of sitting down and saying, you need to give us fair market value for this permit that we can no longer use. And I don't think that's out there right now.
It should be the permit and the water.
What's that?
Permit and the water.
Well, if it was us, we'd want to keep the water and move it out of where we can't use it anymore.
But if it's impacted and you can't access it.
Exactly, right.
You can't leave it out.
Who would pay for that?
The municipality.
Well, that's what our intent was. We thought the developer, okay, he comes in and says, we want to develop this section of private land that sits within a checkerboard. And our opinion was, because cattle are roaming through these, north of Elko, east of Elko, this exact thing happens. So, and the NCA office is inundated in August when all the cattle start moving on those little green lawns that are all around those houses. That's where the conflict starts. And all we said, this answer to this would be to put up a peripheral fence around that development. And man, I was shocked at the movement that came out against that from the south. And that, I guess that, guys like Coyote Springs down there going toward Las Vegas, and, they're the guys that came.
Harvey Whittemore?
Harvey Whittemore's deal.
He's otherwise engaged currently, so.
Yeah, he might be building the fence.
He might be all right.
But that was, it was just appalling. It sounded like a very simple, straightforward solution to this problem. But those were the guys that came in and just hammered it.
Well, what was their?
Well, they don't have to have any responsibility for fencing around that Coyote Springs, those huge developments they were putting.
Just doesn't seem like that'd be that big a deal for them.
When they put all those palm trees out there, they're dying, but
Jimmy, believe me, It's all a big deal to them. Every little thing you ask for.
But in Elko, basically, a few of those ranches have had to do the fencing, put 4 miles of fence around a one section development that shouldn't be their responsibility to put the fence in, but they've had to do it in order to use their permit.
Yeah, Winnemuck does the same thing, I mean, out of town, Rose Grove, Grass Valley. But I don't know who you get to pay for it, I guess, because that's not a developer, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
if there's a developer that's,
Residential tax payers.
Tim, if there's a development that's encroaching on a permit, that developer, that just puts another line of check mark of things in his to-do list of due diligence that has to be done, and I'm just trying to figure out a way how to get the parties to the table. Because right now, there's no way for the person that owns the permit, I mean, if you go to a city council,
I know what you're saying, I just don't know how you.
planning commission meeting, there's nothing there that says you even have to listen to the owner of the permit. And if they do, then they invoke open range, and we know where that leads.
We were just pushing for new developments, there was an old resolution for the old developments.
Is there some caveat you would put on this and then support it, or? Something that specifically acknowledges, grazing rights, permits.
Do you see this as going before this is gonna be government affairs? It's not gonna be, natural resources,
No, government.
even in the assembly, huh?
Yeah, it'll be, yeah.
It's almost, my first instinct is, our concern, if you guys kind of agree with it, is maybe we should just do a good old fashioned sit down with Pete and say, this is the concern, rather than get too specific.
Compensation expenses.
I'm not sure I'm even qualified to specifically change any part of the verbiage to make it feel better. I mean, I don't feel qualified to do that, and I'm sure there's a whole bunch of guys in our industry that weigh in,
And we especially don't wanna make an individual city that we may have to deal with blow their back up, and then we're not gonna get anything.
I think.
Jim, we'll go talk to Pete.
No action, consultation with the committee chair.
Yeah. Okay, SB 81, management of appropriations of water. Oh.
Now, this is the one that talks about the active management areas.
This one's actually what was solving what we were talking about.
SB 81, correct?
Yeah.
So this is on behalf of the Division of Water Resources, again, in the Senate Committee on Government Affairs. Under existing law, state engineer, what is this one? Well, I did too far. All right, so I'm gonna jump down to where it starts to say what the bill will do. Section 3 of this bill will authorize the state engineer to designate a basin or a portion therein as an active management area if the state engineer determines that 1, withdrawals of groundwater exceed the perennial yield of the basin, and 2, groundwater levels continue to decline, or 3, pumping of groundwater conflicts with existing water rights. Section 3 requires the state engineer to designate any basin or portion therein as an active management area, and the state engineer receives a petition, if the state engineer receives a petition for such a designation, which is signed by not less than 40% of combined total of holders of adjudicated or unadjudicated claims of vested rights and permits and certificates to appropriate water and owners of domestic wells in the basin or portion therein. Additionally, Section 3 authorizes the state engineer to rescind the designation of a groundwater basin or a portion therein as an active management area if the state engineer determines that the designation is no longer warranted. Do you want to comment on that section before going to the next, or do you want to keep on keeping? Section 4 of this bill specifies the powers of the state engineer in a basin or portions therein that are designated as an active management area. Under existing law, the state engineer is required to supervise certain artesian water, underground aquifers, and percolating water. It's not a word you see every day. Section 7 of it, I was lowered.
Making coffee, Jimmy, making coffee.
Section 7 of this bill clarifies the state engineer is required to supervise all groundwater and wells, including domestic wells, for which a permit is not required. Existing law authorizes the submittal to the state engineer of a petition for the approval of groundwater management plan for a critical management area by a majority of the holders of the permits or certificates to appropriate the water. Section 8 of this bill changes the signature requirement for such petitions to signatures from not less than 40% of the combined total of the holders of the adjudicated or unadjudicated claims of vested rights and permits or certificates to appropriated water and owners of domestic wells in a basin or portion therein. Under existing law, the state engineer is required to hold public hearings on the designation of the basin as in need of administration and on groundwater management plans for certain basins. Depending on whether adequate facilities are available, the hearings are required to be held within the basin or in the county in which the basin lies, or if the basin lies in more than one county, within the county where the majority portion of the basin lies. Section 7 and 8 of this bill authorizes the state engineer to also hold such hearings at the location in closest proximity to the basin where an adequate facility exists for the holding of the hearing. Under existing law, the holder of water rights forfeits that right if the holder does not put the water to beneficial use within a certain period. However, the existing law authorizes the state engineer to extend this period and requires the state engineer to consider certain factors which determine whether to make such an extension. Section 9 of this bill requires the state engineer to consider as an additional factor in the application for extension of the time to prevent forthwith whether the basin or portions therein where the water rights is located has been designated as an active management area.
By the way, that word is a very important word, Jim. It's forfeiture.
Are you familiar with that one?
Yeah, there it is. Got it.
Forfeiture and abandonment. This prevents forfeiture.
Gotcha. Whether the basin or the portion therein where the water rights is located has been designated as an active management area.
Does this mean that it would take 40% or more to oppose or to ask for a base to be shut off or checked out? Is that right? 40% of the water permit holders? Do I understand that?
State engineer receives a petition for such a designation which is signed by not less than 40% of the combined total of holders of adjudicated or unadjudicated claims of vested rights and permits or certificates to appropriate water and owners of domestic wells in a basin. And then they use that language again down on another piece.
They're basically asking you have to go around and get all the domestic wells, any homes that are stuck out there, as well as people with stock water wells, and every kind of, or other ag wells, or, you have to get all anybody that has any water rights within that basin.
A minimum of 40%.
40% of them. In order to get
Yeah,
to ask to have it, ask for this, and then it's still the state engineer or a panel thereof would be the ones that actually decide after the petition starts the process.
Because I guess I wonder if there's, seems to me like there's some of them valleys are 40% and more is owned by one person. And then the rest is-
No, they're talking about the different permits, 40% of the permits, not 40% of the water.
Just permits, okay.
So one permit would have the same plow as the guy that has 25 pivots.
Certainly better than the other bill.
Yeah.
And this actually just seems to clarify everything a little bit more, doesn't it? Of the original bill?
They're renaming some,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if this meets, Chairman Gokachia, where he's going with his, but it's definitely a start. And that is recognizing, Paul, the correlation between surface and groundwater, the direct correlation.
Idaho's been going through this for a number of years, and it's been bitter up there.
And right now, the state engineer gives permits, groundwater permits, not just based on the perennial yield of the basin, in other words, the yield the basin produces naturally, but also on the tributaries that run through it and their contribution to that groundwater basin. But there's nothing written that requires him to do that. And I think what happened in the 70s, and it's happened in my community, there was a lot of pressure from new growth coming and the ability to want to grow. And scientific studies came forward and said, Mr. State Engineer, yes, although our basin's only a 300 acre foot annual yield, we have a tributary running through it that produces 10,000. We believe that we can get some permits out of this for groundwater. And he said, then great, I believe that as well. But there's still nothing written that shows that.
We're seeing the effects of it.
And we're seeing the effects of it. And then there's another side of this story too. I don't think this is the body to take care of it at this point, but then there's a reverse to that. If you knowingly and man-made shut off that direct correlation, what do you do with the people that owned the groundwater rights originally based on that seepage? And that's happening with us. So I don't have a problem with it really right now. I think it's.
I agree with the intent. It always scares me.
I know.
When you read through the details of the blueprint here on the change, you read through it, do I understand what that, all of the scenarios result of that? I know there have been bills in the past that I read, and I thought, that sounds pretty good as you read through it. And then someone starts throwing those what ifs and scenarios into you, you go, holy crap.
We could take no position, and that way we're not opposing
it. I personally agree with the intent. I think that, from a personal, I'd like to have that known. But, I don't know if I'm qualified to understand everything that's been changed or to be changed.
Right.
Is this another one where you wanted to talk to?
You could support the bill and then in the motion suggest understanding its intent to make the connection between surface and groundwater rights, or, I mean, I'm not the language guy on this. You could support the bill with the understanding of its intent to make a connection between surface and groundwater rights. Is that what you're trying to say? I'm trying to take what y'all said.
This is strictly the underground section, 534.
This outlines the,
So that's
what the state.
You tell me what you want.
Well,
You know, in other words, you can add a clarifying
This is
statement.
targeted to groundwater, as far as the regulation of groundwater, but the driving force behind it is its impact on surface waters.
Or more specifically, it's prioritizing groundwater, because the problems, like in Diamond Valley, is it's all underground water that they're talking about, but it's so over appropriated that they have no way to manage it, because they don't know who's there first and who's there last.
So would it be prioritizing groundwater with recognition of its impacts on surface water?
I don't think it impacts surface water, did you see that?
Well,
In here?
I do. Under section 3, right off the bat, it says that number 1, withdrawals of groundwater exceed the perennial yield of the basin.
I think that's what's driving, you know, that's the driving force behind it, is how much groundwater are we using now? And what does this impact, even the springs that are up the canyon or anything else? I mean, what's that cone of depression we're getting from drawing that groundwater? And,
Right.
and its impact on other surface water rights that might be vested, you know, stock water rights or anything else.
Most of them are.
No, my point, and we're agreed, we're on the same page here, but I think that's the driving force behind trying to have some sort of regulation and at least, you know, some transparency to what's actually being pumped out of the ground, you know.
And I haven't talked specifics with Pete, but I'm hoping where he's going with it is, and we talked a little bit before the meeting started with Jim in the Mason Valley, is if you have a tributary, your perennial yield's X amount, and you have a tributary flowing through there that adds another X amount to that basin. When you start exceeding what the flow through that river is, okay? And then also, because we don't have a law that has that direct correlation, we don't have a ratio. Because off the top, the layman off the top of their head would think, well, if I'm gonna pump 1 acre foot out of the ground annually, then I need 1 acre foot in that river. It doesn't work that way. And the way that's been proven is the city, Carson City, they're one of the few that actually have an actual permit on file, where they release so much water from Marlette. And then they can take so much out of infiltration wells that are close to the river. But the ratio isn't 1 for 1. It's like 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1. If you take out an acre foot, it's not an acre in the river replaces it. It takes more in the river. So those are the kind of things I'm hoping the chairman brings to life. But this is a start.
This is the start. And Mason Valley is a classic example, because that water's going to Walker Lake. Sorry.
So would this be accurate? Let me say it again and see if I'm getting closer. You support the bill with recognition that it prioritizes groundwater rights and acknowledges its impact on surface water. Or have I still screwed up?
You're close.
I don't know if prioritizes is the right.
Yeah, I just want to say priority, not prioritize.
Recognizes groundwater rights and.
Or recognizes the regulation of groundwater rights.
When I said prioritizes, it prioritizes by date. If you look down here in section 4.
Recognizes regulation of groundwater rights and its impacts on surface water. Recognizes the regulation of groundwater rights and its impact on surface water.
Yeah.
That's it.
So it would
Yeah.
say, if someone makes the motion, that you would support SB 81 with recognizing the regulation of groundwater rights and its impact on surface water.
Yeah.
Move that direction.
Yeah. And I think a consultation, Jim, with Pete, he may be taking care of that part.
Does the state engineer always have the power that's listed in section 4 of limitation of all these limits? Quantity of water may be withdrawn under permit or certificate, limited areas, I mean, a whole list of limited things that he does that he will be able to do within a designated as active management area.
You may want to put something about that.
Which section again?
Section 4.
It does say here, in a basin or a portion wherein designated as an active management area pursuant to section 3 of this act, the state engineer may, without limitation, and then it has those 11 things there that he can do.
Limitations.
Yeah, to limit the water.
You know, when you said that, Paul, I was thinking the same thing. You would think he already would have all that.
Yeah, I mean,
I
that's
think
what I was
it has to
thinking,
be-
does that actually just put that down as things that he's already been doing?
No, this is all new language.
It's all brand new.
No, but I think that was dealt with when you would go, if there was a complaint, you went to state water engineer and initiated a hearing process. And then it would have to be determined through that hearing process as to what, same thing happened with the Southern Nevada Water Authority, you know, I mean, they went through that hearing process for them to try and get their.
This applies to permitted and vested rights, or certificated and vested rights. So what they're saying is they voluntarily go into a ground management plan. 40% of the people vote to do so. And then they prioritize under section 1, I'm sorry, section 3, number 2. They're in conformed to priority rights. In other words, they prioritize who has the oldest right, just like you would on an adjudication. And once that's done, then he can go in and start limiting stuff. But he's affecting vested and certificated water rights with this thing, but it seems to me a voluntary, if you're in an emergency, your whole valley is like Diamond Valley is in trouble. Everybody
needs to be controlled a little bit.
Yeah, but I think that the guys with the older rights would be, theoretically would be.
But number 9 says designate preferred uses of existing rights.
That's a spooky word, that's spooky.
Yeah.
Station.
Designate preferred uses of existing.
The state water law doesn't talk about preferred uses at all, it talks about prior appropriation and beneficial use. Because that's what it's based on, nothing to do with preferred, who preferred by whom, you know?
Well, this puts it right in the hands of the state engineer.
It does, and Charlie and Helen, imagine a scenario that hasn't happened yet, but could you imagine in the future prolonged drought? The producers in our valley requesting supplemental water rights through wells, and then going and putting a bunch of straws in the Lahana Valley and start pumping. Pete put it very clear at the cattlemen's, you're cutting your own throat. So there has to be a little bit of supplemental, there's a reason for it, but you can't overdo it either. Because we know where the main water supply in the ground is coming from, and there's not a lot of it going in the ground right now. Less and less.
Well,
Yeah.
to me, in that case, I mean, it really, under the severe circumstances that we could be headed to, it really needs to be determined by someone, because if it's left open, then you're gonna have an awful lot of fighting going on, and you may never get it worked out. Whereas I guess it's most appropriate, I guess, to put it in the hands of somebody who actually knows what's going on entirely within the state of what's, who needs what and what's being used. So in that regard, I guess it does make sense.
Going under 11 though, I mean, it's got sweeping
Yeah.
juice for him,
Number
require
11 is
any
forever.
other action that the state engineer determines to be necessary.
Yeah, that
Puts
was,
a lot of power in his hands for water rights, or water use.
I'd love one of those in 561 somewhere for the director of ag.
Blank check.
Right.
I would think we could state our objection to that.
to 11?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think that should be going before some other individuals to give support to that, any action.
This should be
I
reserved.
think it should be 9 and 11.
Yeah, say 9.
Could you add something to 9 to talk about the adjudicated designated preferred uses of existing rights based on
Prior appropriation and beneficial use.
prior appropriation and beneficial use?
Yeah, there you go.
Don't,
That's where
they
you
have
have to
some
start.
kind of doctrine requiring, or dealing with.
Yeah, it's
don't
right
they
at the
have-
top of the,
I mean, other than prior,
that's not talking, this isn't talking about appropriations, it's talking about existing rights. So it looks like it's trying to say alfalfa is more important than stock water, so for
No, but you would make your-
quasi-municipal is more important than irrigation.
I think what we wanted to do is make, if we have to limit water use,
Mhm.
the preferred rights, I mean, the preferred, based on preference, would be for prior appropriation and beneficial use. It shouldn't be based on, I mean, they're already certificated
Yeah.
based on that. But any reduction should be based on prior appropriation.
Well, that's, when you look, it's not clear in here. It says above that you have to conform to priority rights in section 3.2. But then down here, it kind of gets vague.
Well, and then it uses again without limitations as the preface, so does that mean without limitations of 3.2?
Limit the drilling of domestic wells is gonna be interesting too. When the developers get wind of that.
I think this would be down on arrival, just like Clark County. Coming in with those things.
To see when Hugh Ritchie he was able to close most of the basins in Nevada and requiring the dedication of water rights even for drills, for well drilling. But the way most of the local municipalities got away with it is made their own codes and ordinances and said if our water purveyor collects X amount of water, or his whole intent too was that that city takes their own water rights and, takes them out of production to cover, then it's okay. Those areas that didn't have a water purveyor, it completely shut them down from new existing wells, even domestic.
The closed basins right now, they can have additional domestic rights, though, can't they? But there's quite a limit on that. There's got to be some designated limit on, like how much of a lawn can you water with a domestic well? I mean,
Well, they give you a maximum per acre foot annual that you're allowed per well. It used to be 2.24 is what had to be on the books. Was the actual water right used annually.
But you could use that for any purpose.
As long as it falls under the domestic codes.
so you're not.
4 horses, 2 pigs, but once it turned into a commercial.
You're not selling to a gravel company to wash gravel and.
You're right. Or water 3-acre lawn in front of your house.
Well, what do we do with this one?
I don't know, I think the intent's really good, I think it probably has a lot of benefits to it, but there are a few things in there that, are kind of restrictive, too restrictive.
and some that are too unrestricted.
Maybe we should defer to the chairman on this one. Pete.
Yeah, I was just
Oh,
thinking.
not this year.
No,
No, he never does that.
No, don't trust me.
The thing is, there's a lot to,
Exactly.
that's exactly right. I mean, I think it's probably appropriate for us to have it written down so that the director can go to the legislature and say, these are concerns, that the Board of Agriculture has, agrees with the intent of this thing, but there's some specific things that we have real heartburn with. Now, I also back that on.
Support with recognition that the regulation of groundwater rights and its impact on surface waters. but with concerns specified in section 4.
4.9.
Relative to the powers of the state engineer.
Yeah.
Or the authorities of the state engineer.
Authorities without limitations.
And share those with the chair of the committee.
And specifically, it's 9 and 11, the two that are of most concern of those actions by the water engineer.
You gonna recommend a motion, Mr. Barbie?
I'm in there. How do I say that out loud this evening? Recognition of the impact of regulation on groundwater rights and its impact on surface water.
How about,
With concerns communicated to the chair of government affairs regarding the authorities of the water engineer in section 4, numbers 9 and 11.
there's something bothering me about that
I know,
statement.
I'm having a hell of a time.
It's the word impact. Can we use the relationship? Because it can go either direction.
Recognition of the relationship of groundwater rights and surface water.
Yeah.
Recognition of the, so where's your word again?
Relationship.
Relationship. Between groundwater rights
And surface.
surface.
Period.
So support with recognition of the relationship of groundwater rights on surface or and surface.
I think you do them together.
And
If you put
surface.
2, it sounds like ground, yeah, if you do.
So recognition of the relationship of ground.
Between, there you go.
Recognition of the relationship between groundwater rights and surface water.
There it is.
With noted concerns regarding the authorities of the water engineer in section 9, numbers 9 and 11, to be.
Section 4, number.
Sorry, section 4, numbers 9 and 11, to be communicated with the committee chair.
Yeah. One person in America with too much power is way. 2 of them.
I would move if the board accept the recommendations that just was outlined by the director.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Sprouling made the motion, Mr. Morrison the second. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
I think there should be the caveat to this, everything we're doing today, as we get back to our industry leaders and whatnot, we talk through the nuances of these things. It may all come before us again, as a group.
Well, and you're gonna see these change too. I mean, there's gonna be amendments and things that happen along the way, which then I'll communicate with you, and then as it becomes significant, kind of like that initial water bill that you didn't take a position on, we're gonna wait and see, or did we? I can't remember. But as these that we haven't taken maybe a position on, we'll bring them back, or as they change, you may wanna change your position, and then we're gonna have all the other bills that are coming out. We're a bill, Senate Bill 89, and there'll be 500 plus bills at least in the Senate before the end of the whole period to have Fundsy bill starts. So SB 89,
Yeah.
clean up discharge. Under existing law, the Division of Environmental Protection, the State Department of Conservation and Natural Resources may expend not more than $250,000 per year from the fund for cleaning up discharges of petroleum for cleanup of any discharge involving petroleum. Existing law also requires the operator of a tank from which petroleum is discharged to reimburse the division for the operator's share of the cost in cleaning up the discharge. This bill authorizes the division to expend up to $2 million per fiscal year from the fund for cleanup of discharge in the state involving petroleum or petrochemical. The Interim Finance Committee may approve the expenditure of more than $2 million from the fund in the fiscal year to pay for the cost of cleanups of such discharges. This bill also requires the person responsible for the discharge of such petrochemical to reimburse the division for the person's share of the cost of the cleanup of the discharge. Finally, the bill defines the term petrochemical. And so I think a lot of this has to do with the old ground tanks and some of that piece and how much they're able to expend.
Sparks.
Yeah.
Wonder where the fish are going.
Have there been instances where they've spent that much money for a cleanup?
My assumption would be, well, per year, it may not be per cleanup, but per year, my assumption is that they've got more requests or more needs of cleanup beyond that $250,000, which is why they're pushing this forward. This one is on behalf of Division of Environmental Protection to Committee on Natural Resources and the Senate.
Does it, unless I missed it, I did not see anything in here that identifies what the private owner's share of that cleanup is.
It doesn't say, it says the bill requires the person responsible for a discharge of a petrochemical to reimburse the division for the person's share, but it doesn't identify that. But it also doesn't identify that the person's share or an individual share will be determined in regulation, so I'm not sure how they get there.
Under what circumstances do most of these actions, when are they initiated, would you say? Like a sale of a piece of property or?
Historically, that's my understanding is when, and I think you have to, in the sale of the property, declare if there's a tank.
If you're gonna borrow money, the bank has to requires something that says the land has been, it's either cleaned up and it's gonna do no harm. And so that, the property owner, assuming they're not the ones who contaminated it, there's options that they have if they're not the ones who contaminated the property, but.
So there would never be a ranch sale in the state of Nevada?
So that would be the termination of the share. Okay, that makes sense. In other words, if you're the second person on the property, you weren't there responsible for when the spill happened, but you're the new owner that's selling it.
Yeah,
and they could have some kind of flexibility in what your share is.
Under Bureau of Corrective Actions, and that as they relate to brownfields, which is in NDEP, if you were not the party who did the contaminating, then you had some options through NDEP or EPA. Because the point is to rehabilitate the property, like an old gas station.
Right. So if somebody goes belly up in an old gas station.
No, the city doesn't, no. For example, the event center downtown in Reno, that used to be an old gas station, and the city wanted to buy the property, but, do they assume the risk of the tanks? And they were able to go to NDEP and EPA and get money, low-income revolving loan funds to get that property cleaned up. Some of it was a grant to actually clean up the property and then to rehabilitate it. Walmart right here, wherever, the new Walmart or newer Walmart around here, that you know, it used to be a bunch of little, there was a paint shop, there was a transmission shop, I think there was a garden shop, and the tribe actually went in, and as each property came up for sale, they bought each piece of property. And pretty soon they had the largest piece of property within the city of Reno. And, you know, they shopped it around, and they were able to get low-income revolving loan funds to clean up the property, while at the same time Walmart putting in, you know, environmental mitigation factors to, you know, for the river that weren't there before. But again, they were not held responsible for the property because they weren't the original contaminators. Just from brownfield stuff.
Thank goodness for brownfield stuff. It's like, what the hell you're talking about, because I don't.
Yeah. It's a way to, you know, reuse property that's contaminated or even perceived to be contaminated. Ely, their baseball park, their old baseball park out there, that, had, I think asbestos, because that can be a problem as well. There's actually all over the state. So.
Is this connected enough, you wanna have a conversation or weigh into it, or what do you wanna do?
I think it's one we don't need to, we'll take the high road on.
You should write in an exemption for ranches.
No action unless exemption for ranchers is in. So SJR 1, we're closing in on the gap here. We're gonna make the 2 o'clock hour yet.
I was hoping 5, because that's what's on the original email, was 9 to 5.
Because we didn't, yeah.
We're trying to predict how this was, well, you know, okay, you'll see. How do y'all want to do this? You want me to go through and read the full resolution, or do you want to take time to read the full resolution, or have you taken time to read the full resolution? I'm at your service. What do you want from me?
Oh, is this,
This is Senate Joint Resolution 1, and then we'll follow that with Senate Joint Resolution 2. This is urges Congress to enact legislation transferring title of certain public lands to the state of Nevada in accordance with the report prepared by the Nevada Land Management Task Force.
As an agency, can you get weighed in on something like this or no?
I wouldn't really weigh in on the, on it as an agency, would weigh in on it representing the board.
Okay, what I'm asking is, in the past, we were in situations where we were sending letters to elected U.S. senators and whatnot, and we were informed by the governor's office that perhaps we wouldn't do anything like that unless we went through his office.
Because your statutes say to advise the governor, advise the legislature.
Okay.
This will be advising the legislature on whether or not they would take a affirmative or a negative stance on this resolution.
Charlie, is there, what's the cost of us, Nevada, acquiring this land? And to me, I think it would be economically beneficial because we get the revenue generated from those lands. Is that
at a high level? I mean, this report is like this thick, and it goes through a tremendous amount of detail on what revenues could be realized in the transfer of the land and the management of the land by the state of Nevada versus the federal government, and talks about that same instance happening in other states when they've garnered statehood. In other words, they were given lands to manage on the state level, while the feds retain lands to manage on a federal level, rather than just the whole thing being federal, right? So the report which this is based on, suggested that it would be very economically advantageous for the state to manage these lands.
Okay, I would agree with that, but there's one thing that I'm concerned about. Would we then take over the AUMs and the management? Would we as an agency?
No.
Okay.
The report would align. We would have a role in that vis-a-vis
But the
the
state
same role
lands
we
would
have
do
on the feds. But this would come under state lands
Okay.
authority with, natural resource
So-
conservation.
If I understand this right, but they transferred over, I think, the ownership interest in the government pasture out in Fallon, where the duck hunters and all of our wastewater or drain water goes to the ducks out there. In what we used to call, or still call, the government pasture. But the federal government released that and gave it to the state. And only a few years ago, I believe. And I think it's actually being managed better. Now, under the federal government, TCID, if I understand it, was managing it for the federal government, the government pasture.
Yes.
And is that true with the hunting club in Stillwater, the Stillwater Refuge? Was TCID? No.
No, the BLM is directly, Bureau of Reclamation is directly, they deal directly with the user on that. We're only Carson, or the government pasture that MDOW wants currently.
Well, follow this concept. If that's the case, and from what I'm seeing, the transfer of the federal lands already that have taken place to the Nevada Department of Lands is actually working much better for all of us, I think, in the state. But I'm not 100% sure. I see what I see, but maybe you guys see something different. I would approve, or my vote on this, based on what I know, I would go ahead and recommend approval of this, in support of this, because of the benefits we as Nevadans will receive from them.
Well, let me give you a scenario and tell you some of my concerns, and maybe Jim can answer them, that we can think about. Charlie, first thing with what's happening out in Fallon, the Department of Wildlife, State Department of Wildlife, now owns the lands. They have a mutual benefit in joining with the local farmers to make this work as not only a wildlife refuge for people to go hunt, but to continue agriculture, because the water benefit comes from agriculture. Right? So they want to make it work. Plus, we're dealing with local boys from the Department of Wildlife, and they don't see a problem with having cattle running with ducks and geese.
Right.
But when you get out to Stillwater, where the feds are, they have a complete different. All their train of thoughts don't jive.
Right.
They all fight. You know, this last year when we did our water exchange, it was the Department of Wildlife in Nevada that said, why don't the farmers take our water for the first part of the year, and we'll save ours in the reservoir.
Managing it better.
The feds didn't want to do that.
I know.
So anyways, my bottom line is that works in that scenario. But this one, I just have a few concerns that we're all, as we move forward, and the cattlemen's and many have supported this, is number one, is the money part, Jim, truly have they looked at the cost analysis? Because this is that scenario with the North and the South in Nevada. The amount of money that we get generated statewide that's distributed, you know, imagine a scenario where you took the South, Clark County, out of the equation, the amount of revenue that we would lose for road construction or what have you. Have they looked at how much money the federal government puts into managing the land? I mean, it's not just the income made off of permits and mines, but what about the other money that comes in for firefighting and those things that comes from the coffers of the U.S. Treasury? That's been my concern, that we can't generate enough money.
Well, the firefighting is one example. That's been a major grind with state forestry and natural resources conservation to begin with, is that they don't feel the money investment by the federal government comes anywhere near to addressing the real issues that they have to deal with, and so a lot of that comes out of state general fund, I think. And I don't know the exact numbers, but the impression I've gotten from Leo at different times is to a greater extent comes out of state funds than it does on the federal side.
especially as of late. Secondly, the management of the, just sticking with the fire thing, the management of the resource in terms of, you know, Leo specifically talks about the capability to use grazers in a more effective way to control fire consumable, and so they also see that as an advantage. I think the overarching, so they see that the money that could come in from permits and all of that would obviously go back into that state management program that would be in state lands, and they would obviously have to hire up staff and a whole lot more management, so on and so forth. But the vibe or the overriding feel is that everybody would rather do work with a local or state government than they would a federal government, because they could, based on a situation, instill change in a much quicker manner working with a state government versus working with the federal government. So if sage grouse is the example, if we have to take action on the ground, you know, real projects on the ground, they see that as happening much quicker and being more responsive with state government, because we directly impact the leadership of those state government pieces. So that's a large driving force in this. Then when you add in that we would have state folks managing at a greater level than they feel that the feds do not manage the ground in now, that's more jobs, that's more economic impact, because you're getting more production off of the ground, so on and so forth. That's kind of, somebody else that's read the report or looked at the report, you know, I'm trying to, it's a lot to just thump into a few statements, but I think that was the vibe of the report. I think that had, like, farmers, ranchers, cattlemen, mining, local governments. There was a pretty broad.
There was, yeah, I think it was mainly set up with all 17 counties being represented, or the ones that went through this process. And I think a lot of it is driven by the fact that the intractability, and you said to that meeting with the riparian group that came in, between him and the NCA, in that, you know, the lack of any flexibility or adaptive management by the federal agencies is killing their management. You know, it's basically, you know, the inability of them, because of some overarching regulation, that they can't go in and fix a specific problem through any kind of adaptive management, innovative thinking.
Right.
It has to fit, everybody has to fit this box.
Yeah.
And that's where, I think that's where you'll see the difference in that.
And the bureaucracy attached with those independent federal agencies. I've sat in meetings where, multiple meetings where one of those federal agencies is saying, you gotta tell this other federal agency that they have to do this, and then maybe sit in the meeting with them, well, you gotta tell this other federal agency, you know, like the states tells the feds what to do to begin with. But I mean, they don't even communicate in an effective manner with each other, so.
U.S. Fish and Wildlife and the Bureau of Reclamation.
Could be, possibly.
You know,
that's a
I think
perfect example.
one of the main priorities
the
they were
meeting.
addressing here was the I-80 corridor, you know, the railroad checkerboard lands, which is one of the main focus, I mean, it's not the main, it's one of the prioritized focuses here. And those lands right now, you cannot, if you are in an area where you have checkerboard lands, you can't block it up. What it basically allows is, if you have an allotment within that's managed by the BLM, and you own 50%, maybe more, of the land inside that allotment.
The private land.
Privately held, the BLM still basically runs your life. And you say, okay, fine, at least trade us out, and we'll take this half and we can manage how we want to, and you have your half, and you tell us what to do. They won't even do that, because then they lose control of your private land. So those are some of the priorities that, and I'm sure that if this thing gets nuanced, and if it ever tries to make it to Congress, those will be the priorities that they're pushing for. You know, they may not get, even if they get anything, they may not get the whole Mary Ann here, but those are the things they're kind of looking for. There's some flexibility and some solutions. Let's look at some solutions to the conflict instead of continuing the fight. And I think that's what this thing is. This is a solution, or an attempted solution at that problem.
I would agree with Boyd, and then I would add to it. First of all, there's a great book, Plain God in Yellowstone, about the inelasticity of management from Washington, D.C., and which caused the wreck in Yellowstone. But nonetheless, it's a great book.
The Wreck in Yellowstone, you mean the Buffalo?
Playing God in Yellowstone, is the name of the book,
Oh.
written right before the fires.
Oh.
Very good book. Anyway, I would add one more thing to that. First of all, there is a sentiment in Washington DC apparently, on the resource committee to go ahead and fix this. Secondly, I think one of the biggest things that this would do is get out from underneath the Administrative Procedures Act. Because when we're sitting out here in the West, and we have a dispute, whether it's with Doug Furtado or Tom Seeley or whoever it is, and they decide to go after us, all they have to do is write a decision, 2-page decision, it's called a decision, and then you've got to go hire Schroeder or whoever to go fight it and spend the $200,000 and end up with a settlement, usually with the Schroeder, for a lot less than what you had in the first place. So if we don't have to settle our disputes under the Federal Administrative Procedures Act, that would be huge, because these guys can crank out decisions in their sleep, and that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing all of.
Will this help with the outfits like Western Watersheds using federally funded money to fight us?
They'll still go to court, they'll still go to district
Oh,
court.
yeah.
They'll still.
You know.
But
But
I'd
then
rather
there's
take my
district court.
chances with the
Local
district
judge.
court in Humboldt
Yep.
than win them up there or in the state
But I
Supreme
mean,
Court.
just look at our case. They started out with administrative decisions clear back in 1978, when we bought the ranch. And we went through 3 administrative appeals with Schroeder, $100,000, $200,000 apiece. Won every one of them, and we're still out. And so if there's one reason for anything, it's getting out of that federal court system and the Federal Administrative Procedures Act. Because they don't have any limitation on the number of decisions they can crank out. And I saw one coming out of Northern California, a ranching family that's been there since the 1860s, had a non-year-round stream that they diverted every year to send it somewhere else. And NOAA, Outer Continental Shelf folks, showed up on their property and wrote an administrative decision saying that they had killed supposedly 15 fingerling salmon and assessed a $15,000 fine. And the only way around that fine is to go hire an attorney and fight it.
Some of the environmental penalties are onerous. I mean, you're better off being Charles Manson than have the EPA come after you. Because you'll probably, you'll spend jail time and your entire year's lifetime savings trying to fight some of these arbitrary bureaucratic decisions. And there has to, this is an attempt to try and bring us back down so that we're getting out of that box and have some options to fix environmental problems as opposed to the continual fighting that drains the resources of everybody.
Well, the idea of putting in a new water line to improve the water system and requiring full NEPA, I guess that would, that alone, yeah, exactly.
Well, there's no real opposition to this, is there, among us?
No.
I mean, there's no reason to.
And Jim, the only reason I'm bringing it up is I just want to make sure that individuals' emotions, we don't overrun common sense, because it is, on one way, it's emotionally driven. We're so tired of it. By rights of putting up with the feds that we don't miss something. I mean, in the day and age of the new market with these cattle, I mean, I got it.
That can end tomorrow.
I know it could, but I got to admit, under the current market, the price that we pay for feed is way out of proportion, but it could dive. And I'd hate to see the state get in it and the fees become so much. And I guess the feds, it could happen there. This isn't like finishing cattle in a lot, what we're doing out here. This is raising baby calves, and we don't want them to get too fat, right, Tim? So.
But I just kind of worry about the whole thing being controlled by Clark County.
That's a concern too.
I'm curious as to how it's all written up. Hopefully they've taken care of.
One thing that gave me, with a lot of discussion with D-Mark Dahl, is that he says, what we have written is that existing water rights, any existing rights would be preserved. So even if the state took over, if you had some, in a checkerboard area, you had grazing rights in a water in a stock water right, and even if they decide we're gonna dispose of some of these checkerboard lands, just outright sell some of them, that was within your allotment, you would still have the existing grazing rights on that private land that's within that permit. So even if someone bought it, they would have to recognize your grazing right there, so.
Or paid.
You know, so they've written in some safeguards for existing uses. Now, whether those would hold up, or they'd be able to price you out of it, I don't know.
It's the same language basically that's in federal statute, is whether or not we, defend those legally. And frankly, a lot of people lost property because they didn't defend it, but the objections are there.
Yeah,
Well-
that's my fear or worry about the whole thing, is just how it's written up. The state selling off a bunch of ground, just, you know, and saying, hey, and I see that it's supposed to be for, keep going to bring in revenue, but, you know,
You would still have that existing right, you know, if you were like, say, a checkerboard piece of land, or something, that was set up for disposal within your allotment, that they're gonna sell to, you know, at auction, which they probably have to do, you would still have your existing right. Even if so if someone would be buying it, based on the premise that they have to recognize your existing right, which would reduce the value to be purchased by anybody else.
And I would add to that, this is a whole lot better than what happened in the 52 Clark County ranchers. Because what they did down there is they used the desert tortoise to break them all. They walked away. I don't know if anybody got any money, I kinda doubt it, but nobody talks.
Then they allowed other uses to come
And
back
then
in.
6 years statute of limitations, and then we have the Southern Nevada Lands Conservation Act, and have Terry Reid selling land like hotcakes. So at least this way,
Yeah, no, I'm completely behind it, I just wanna make sure that
I agree.
it's not the devil you know, the devil you don't know situation, and.
Well, I'm sure there'll be a devil we don't know.
Oh, I know, there'll be, and if there's an opportunity, Jim, other than our full support of this, if there's an opportunity to have the Department of Agriculture involvement in this as far as the cattle grazing program, jump in on it, because yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and agree to support this. It's not a bill, it's a
resolution. The right resolution.
And the way it's written.
Motion's been made and seconded to support the joint resolution for the lands bill, made by Mr. Frey, seconded by Ms. Morris. Any more discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous.
I would just add, if it did happen, we would have a fair amount of the conversation on the grazing, because we would be doing the assessments. I mean, that would fall with us, because all plant, regular or invasive, fall under the authorities of Department of Ag. So we would be in that section for sure. SJR2, Senate Joint Resolution 2. Urges Congress to require the sharing of federal receipts from commercial activities on certain public lands with the state of Nevada and its counties. So we've got all the whereases. Be it resolved, the Senate and Assembly of the State of Nevada jointly, that the members of 78th Section of the Nevada Legislature hereby urge Congress to enact legislation requiring a portion of federal receipts from all commercial activities in public lands in the state of Nevada to be shared with the state of Nevada and its county, and be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Senate prepare and transmit a copy of this resolution to the Vice President of the United States and the presiding officer of the United States Senate and Speaker of the House of Representatives, each member, blah, 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 Secretary of Ag. This resolution became effective upon.
Just a comment, I think this joint resolution probably came into existence because of geothermal and some other problems that Churchill County was having, where they were sharing, I guess you'd call it rent from the geothermal people. And all of a sudden, Churchill County Commissioners found a letter from the Fed saying they're not gonna share it, and apparently there was some kind of bill in the Congress, United States Congress, that prohibited Churchill County from collecting those funds. And I think that's kinda one of the reasons this thing started. So I kinda think, in my opinion, this is a good joint resolution. And I imagine it's the same true with some of the gas exploration rights and mining, I imagine.
Well, it is, but remember one thing, if geothermal and solar have to pay the same amount of fees that oil and mines do, it won't happen. Because it doesn't have enough doesn't create enough income to pay. Yeah. That's why they're so what's the word? Subsidized.
You know, I would tend to agree, but being an accountant, there's two different types of costs. There's capital investment costs, which what you were talking about, and the major programs coming in and drilling and putting in the infrastructure, that's capital costs. Then there's operational costs. Once that facility's up and running, then you can generate a profit if you don't have to allocate a huge portion of the initial capital cost to that project. Like we do in our own personal books, we make an investment and then start 1 year and then depreciate it out maybe over 30 years. Any kind of investment. But we're talking about cash flow. And to me, the majority of those big investments have already been made, and those are capital improvement costs, huge expenses, amortized over long periods of time. And the operational costs are pretty minimal when you look at geothermal, and I'm not sure about gas, but I bet it would, because the cost of drilling the exploratory wells and putting in the infrastructure and everything, and all the piping it takes to recharge the aquifer, those are basically in. So I think the operating companies are going to do really, really well, because they'll have the cash on hand. Hopefully they've already gotten large grants to do what they've done, like put in the solar panels.
Yeah, they don't have the capital outlay.
And there's huge, I totally agree with you, but there's a difference there. It's not an annual expense that they have to make. It's already there.
The only expense now is labor and depreciation.
Only a little bit of labor too. I mean, we had a guy that lived on a ranch that rented one of our houses that operated the geothermal well at the end of Soda Lake Road, and they only had 3 guys working there, and they basically monitored the well and watched the valves and all the dials and everything. And they actually could stay there and study, do all kinds of stuff, but they were responsible for that whole project. But it was minimal cost to that company that was operating that facility. The initial big expense was the initial capital outlay. So we got to always remember that.
So it sounds like what this bill does is allow the local governments to get a piece of that subsidy. Yeah. Not necessarily the kilowatt hour or a piece of that for operation, but a piece of the.
But I want to carry this one step further. Now, and I don't know this for a fact, but I assume a lot of those companies got huge federal grants to build what they built, and they took it out of the U.S. coffers. Okay.
Yes.
And that was a grant, basically free to get them going, We indirectly have paid for it. all of us, because we pay tax dollars, but, so, so there's a, I don't know what you wanna call it, but we've already paid for it.
It's
The whole
a
American.
means to get a piece of the money back, we already paid into it.
Yeah. But basically, this will just keep it within the state, it won't go outside, which is kinda nice.
Just remember, these are urgings.
Yeah, right.
But I think another thing to consider is the fact that because it is federal land, and that's where the geothermal is being put on federal land as opposed to a privately held property. That, so much of the state is federal land, we've excluded the state's economy from growing because it's all running back, all that's going to the feds and hasn't done anything to generate the economy of the state. So by the mere fact they own 87% restricts any activity within the state. So I think this is a justification for that.
This is what it felt like to be one of the original 13 colonies.
Exactly.
So that 87%, how
Those
much
aren't
is
even- those aren't even
comes out to the state under this resolution?
What's that, Jim?
Of this 87% of the land under the first resolution we were looking at, how much would be?
Phase one on that would have been 7.2 million acres, I believe, and I think phase one is basically the checkerboard all across the I-80 corridor. Isn't that correct?
Including lands that are already set up for disposal or designated for disposal and a few things.
Or to be more
Does
precise,
it
the
also-
Union Pacific corridor.
Right.
Does it also include the river systems and things like the Truckee River that's managed by the federal government? I wanted to find that out.
It's all lock, stock,
All
and
that
barrel.
corridor?
Yeah.
So
From one
then we
state to
would
the
be
other.
able, we as a state, would be able to manage the water flows, because the federal government always threatens not to let us, TCID maybe, or somebody, use the river corridor to bring their water down from like Donner Lake or wherever it might be. And that would open up the system where we, the whole state, could go in and debate whether or not we should be releasing Donner water now or later or when, And I think it would just free up the management system of our resources. And I think that's a very big deal.
I would doubt it would go that far, would it?
Truckee River Operating Agreement.
Yeah, it
what
is.
manages the,
It's- yeah.
But they're not,
It's the tribes and the state and it's all.
they're not gonna let that go to the state.
I would think not, but what.
Well, it's the land, it's not the water rights.
Right. It's the flow of that.
The federal government has threatened several times TCID that we might have 5,000 acre feet in Donner as an example. But Disharoon told me one time, yeah, but we're not gonna let you bring it down. And I say, why not? And he says, because we manage the river system. TROA manages their water, and being TCID's an agent for BOR, working for BOR basically. Those board members are actually wear two hats. They kind of help the farmers, but their true agent, their true principal, they're the agent for the principal is BOR. And that's what I hate. I've always complained about that, is because of the agency responsibility. And then you get somebody like Disharoon, who is with the Department of Justice. He can come in and sue us for just about anything he wants, and they've got unlimited funds. That's when we wanted to do transfers of water rights and lease them upstream and ask the farmers downstream to lease a portion of their ground, maybe keep it out of production and lease it to maybe golf courses up here in Reno, stop the water. Disharoon says, no, we're not gonna do that. Disharoon's no longer here.
I don't think this bill will get rid of the Bureau of Reclamation, Charlie, unfortunately.
So, based on that, I would make a motion that we go ahead and, agree to accept the language as written in this, joint resolution.
And this is a SJR 2, federal land receipts.
Okay. Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Mr. Frey made the motion. Mr. Snyder the second. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimous. Animal Industries, the Virginia Range Cooperative Agreement. It's ready to sign.
Mr. Chairman, we were hoping that there might be a document available, but there is not a document available, so I would request that we defer this topic to another meeting.
Okay, I keep bringing the right pen.
But I did want to draw your attention to 7B, in that we had a recall on the election. And so we put the election back on the. We apologize, we kind of screwed up. Yeah, please. And we kind of accidentally put that back on there, that shouldn't be on there. So all you have left.
Why would you want something I'm willing to give?
That's why I didn't joke very long.
Jim, did we have a motorist get killed by a wild horse on highway?
Motorcycle.
Was it 50?
Motorcycle.
A while back.
That was a while back, but we did have another accident. I think it was along 50. This was 2 weeks ago, I think somewhere in there. We had a drunk driver that struck a horse, and in that tada, another vehicle, I believe, was involved and wrecked, but we didn't have any fatalities.
Are we getting any legal backwash from any of those? Wasn't the first one a motorcycle?
Correct.
Okay.
And that was like in October-ish.
Yeah. So, but we as board members supposed to be managing that, we're not getting any, okay.
And we didn't build the fence that they're building now.
Right.
So hopefully we won't have any issues with that.
The current plan is the Department of Transportation is identifying resources and hope to start complete the 6 miles from the 4-way back towards Dayton to fence off that lowest portion on the north side of 50, which would then be helpful for the Department of Ag, because for once and for all, it will set the boundary between the Pine Nut herd management area and the Virginia Range horses. Those on the north would be VRE, and those to the south of 50 will maintain are under federal control, and so we don't deal with those. But the feds claim that it runs to Highway 50.
You know, that's gonna be a monumental problem. I mean, driving along that road and looking at the business and buildings along the road, how are they gonna go fence that off with all the private property issues around?
They'll fence it off and have cattle guards, which is what they've done on the upper end. And it's made a huge difference in issues with horses being on the road. It's almost non-existent now there. So if we get the lower portion, that's where all the accidents have been in the last year. So if we get the lower portion done, I feel very good that that's gonna be very helpful. Now, there may be a horse or two that sneaks it through, but it's gonna be pretty difficult for them. The biggest issue are gonna be the federal horses that are coming across the Carson River.
Excuse me. I think NDOT just released a contract, or getting ready to release a contract to extend USA Parkway all the way to Silver Springs. And I believe under that, I checked and I was told that they are gonna fence all that. So that's a big improvement, isn't it? I mean,
When that all went through, they announced Tesla, and then the part that I heard was the USA Parkway connection between 50 and 80. And I immediately contacted the governor's office and said, you've got to fence that. If you're going to put on there, it's going to be.
Does that bisect the actual Virginia Range?
Right through the middle of it.
Their land still miss horses.
Remember Jim said this helps.
I think, yeah, the fence on 50 is going to be huge. You couldn't put USA Parkway through that entire ground without fencing, not one side of it, but both sides of it. Because, I mean, that's right through the heart of the population, and there's gonna be issues there. They're building underpasses, but I mean, ultimately, speaking very frankly, I mean, that's largely private ground, and you've got a major corporate company going in there, and you're gonna see other corporate companies that are gonna follow, and I think from, you know, the time you pass Walmart and the food bank turnoff, what is that, Italy Way or Italian Drive or whatever, once you get past there, from there all the way to 50 is going to become a suburb of Reno and the manufacturing at the industrial park. You know, you're gonna have businesses and housing development. Matter of 15 years, there's great potential that there will be no land out there for horses to be on at any, I mean, it'd just be private for the, I mean.
It'll be like those zoos you drive through.
Yeah, well, it'll be like.
You'll have a little speaker too.
It'll be like the lawn.
That tells you.
I mean, we know what it looks like. I'm looking at it. Don't you live out of Des Moines? Or no, you live down south.
Curdy Ranch.
Okay, so.
Oh, yeah.
You wanna know what it's gonna be like.
Dennis has been feeding horses. Have you checked your homeowner's dues? To make sure they're not going towards hay from.
But yeah, so I mean, it's gonna be, I mean, there is a time when that's gonna have to be dealt with, but from our perspective, if we can keep them off the roadways and out of public safety.
You know, at some point, the private property owner has to step up and say what they want done. Either just continue to get worse,
right?
And the solution is call them a stray. Either you claim them, or you call them a strays and they're dealt with.
Well, even the USA Parkway, when you enter the driveway, go past the fuel station at Golden Gate, I believe it is there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're all over the place.
Everywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, that they're gonna have to do something just to be able to function and do business there. I have always thought, and I've been surprised, I would have thought that would have been a deterrent from businesses wanting to come in there, but it doesn't seem to be, for whatever
Probably
reason.
cover of all of the promo packages is one of those sources.
Don't send enough time out there to see that.
Some nuisance.
Yeah.
So, anyway, so all you have is 7A.
You know, put in this polo field, those horses to work.
I'll guarantee you the person that's promoting the industrial park doesn't hand them a packet and look at the first page of beware of wild horses. Okay, so we've got to do some appointments, reappointments, some oaths.
Just one today.
Just one today?
Oh, yeah,
Who's
Paul's sick.
Oh, Paul's sick? So we don't even have one?
No.
Just
We got Boyd.
Oh, Boyd, okay.
Yeah.
All right, you're on, Dennis.
Can I just ditto what I said last 3 years ago?
Hey, come on, Brock.
Wow.
You want to swear or affirm, you have a choice, actually.
Swear, I would swear when I had a chance.
Okay. All right, I'll read it as a swearing in as opposed to an affirmative.
Doesn't get to swear much at home, huh?
Please repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Boyd Spradlin,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United
the
States
Constitution of the government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign,
against all enemies, whether domestic or foreign.
and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty
to the same,
to the same,
any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state notwithstanding,
any resolution, law, or ordinance of any, what's the rest of that?
any state notwithstanding,
Any state notwithstanding.
and that I will well and faithfully perform
I will faithfully perform
all of the duties of the office of board member,
so said,
on which I am about to enter,
of which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
And the pains and penalties of perjury.
Or the pains and penalties of perjury.
Is that last line a statement or a question?
3 more years of reimbursement.
All right, well, I think we're done. There's public comment. If somebody has anything that's we haven't covered, or all right, hearing none. By the way, board, did everybody get their email? And thanks to the heads up of our current administrative assistant, we have our dates preset for the rest of the year. So we have a place to meet. It's all over and done with, but the one in Vegas was very strange. And I just wiped our forehead.
From last week,
in
which is
December.
why it's all pre-done this year.
I'm glad no citizen out there didn't take advantage of that. And public access was okay. But anyways, it's all there. I hope nobody had any problems, but our dates are set, and if you can't make it.
I know it's in Carson, but
So the next board meeting will be in Carson City when we have you come down. We'll coordinate with you guys from Vegas.
The address is on your meeting notice.
And we'll give you
I'll tell you again.
a state rig if you want, or we can do a car rental, whatever you want to do, but to get you guys to ride together down to the Carson location. But basically, it's in the Paul Laxalt building, which is right next to the Nugget, which is the old historical district court, wasn't it? Or was it the Supreme Court for a while? Supreme Court for a while. And so it'll actually be in the old Supreme Court chambers, which if you've not been in there, they're just absolutely beautiful.
Not in the Capitol building.
Not in the Capitol building.
Those
No,
are-
not the
those are
original.
cool.
No, yeah, that's cool, but
Yeah.
it's about the size of the room we were in Vegas, right?
Yeah. There wasn't a big deal about public input back then.
Yeah, no, it was tiny, but, so this is a good sized room that has the technology and everything that we need, and it actually has like 11 seats up top for everyone to sit in, so it's a neat location, and then that'll give you the opportunity to, connect with your legislators as the session will be going on, obviously, and is that in coordination with the April 2nd, or what's our date on that?
To get where we're.
First Wednesday.
So we get where we're.
Yeah, is there parking on?
Parking right behind the, I would suggest behind the, Nugget, off the main drag there, the golden.
In that
In that big open space, because then if you park back there and you walk towards 395, it's right, Paul Laxalt's right on 395.
Yeah, go to the early to find this.
Across from the overshoot. Isn't that the old one?
It's Carson.
It's Carson, you won't have a problem.
And it's actually the Nevada Commission on Tourism is what's in there now.
So that's the building we're in.
I don't even get parking.
You're golden.
All right, well, we'll see you in March in Carson.
Thanks,
Anything
folks.
else? I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Seconded?
Second.
Mr. Morrison, the motion, Mr. Snyder, the second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Subject to call of the chair.